Yo, it's a draft. What's up? I hope the volume's okay. I know I've got that going on in the background. It's got to be loud enough that it like hits the noise gate, but not so loud that it's louder than me. So once we get people in here, we'll know. Anybody watching this in the future, there you are, camera. I skip ahead like 45 minutes, 50 minutes maybe. I'm not sure exactly, but it's 7:25 right now. Draft doesn't start for another 35 minutes plus, you know, how long. So you can skip ahead a good ways to get to when the draft begins if you're watching this. Most of you will be watching this in the future. All right. So we're just hanging out tonight. I'm not going to work too hard. I have X open to try. I don't know who does spoilers. I also have Twitter and Blue Sky all up. Not Twitter. I have X or Twitter. I have Blue Sky, and then what's this, Reddit, all open, so that way I should be getting picks early, because otherwise we would have to get picks really late, which, you know, I feel like early is better than late. But obviously, let me type this in. We have a choice. Where's the poll? That was like too much. It was such a headache last year with the poll. And we know who's going first overall. We want polls. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you do want a poll, don't you? You dirty dog. Alright, here. Should I announce early? Or late? Thanks for coming, Mr. Tony. Mr. Anthony. There you go. There's a poll. How are you? Alright. How is the volume, Anthony Halverson? Is it like, should I put the background noise louder, quieter? If I get much quieter, it's not gonna go. This is all a new setup. I also have this running on a different laptop because my MacBook doesn't like running OBS. My 10, 15-year-old laptop runs it better than my 2-year-old MacBook. I'm in class. Oh, fair enough. Alright, let me get this up on here. Well, maybe I can listen in. That's going to be kind of obnoxious for a moment. Where are we? Okay. Stupid ad. Stupid ads. Get off my screen. Skip. Alright, sound check. Well, it's definitely not too loud. Sound check. Nick the Kick, what do you think? Should everything just be louder? I'm a Giants fan and just want Abdul. I think you're going to get Abdul, even with all the trade news going on. It sure seems like that's going to be the case. Is this better volume-wise? Let me know. And then, like... How's that? Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. You can't really hear the TV. It probably doesn't matter. Unless I go really loud. Anthony, anybody. Just, I don't know. Let me know how the sound is. Because I could go louder with this. You know, and then am I still loud enough over it? Or can you just not hear that?
Just as a guess about how expensive it could be. I mean, to me, I want your second round pick, and I want a one next year, and we'll see what else is part of it. So you're essentially saying Vontae Mack.
Like that? Is that good? I don't want it so loud. I don't want to, like... I don't want YouTube to get mad at me. Okay, well for now I'm not gonna... I'll just turn it up when we get to the... There we go. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Halverson. Alright, everything else looks to be in position. We got my grades going on over here, which I can update from over here. Hello. How long does it take for that to update? Oh, I had to hit enter. Oh, perfect, look at that. Immediate. I'm working off of 2 different computers, so I gotta... I'll get used to it. Travis Hunter in his hot pink and black. Classic style that I have pulled off many a time before. Okay, so we've got this. We've got this. I've got all my scouting reports up. Just saw a final mock draft. They don't have Shedeur going in the first round. Couldn't believe it. I haven't been putting Shedeur in the first round in probably for 2 weeks. And before that, I was ahead of everybody with Shedeur going to Pittsburgh, falling, and the New York Giants trading up to get him later after not taking him. So I've been doing this for a while. I did a mock just about a month ago, not doing that, expecting to probably have him come back up. But by the time that I posted that mock up, all of a sudden the news started to get a little bit more like it. So I just kind of stopped putting him up near the top of the draft and never returned to it. Shedeur, I don't know that Pittsburgh wants Shedeur, but the thing is, if Pittsburgh wants a quarterback and they stay at pick 21, it's going to be tough for them to get back into the next group of quarterbacks most likely. So it's a little funny. But I did this morning, mock draft that came out this morning, I did Jalen Milroe to them as one of those call your shot types of picks. Because I do think there's a pretty decent chance that Pittsburgh would like Milroe more than Shedeur. I think they should like Shedeur just fine. I think he's a pretty good fit for them, but, you know. A lot of concerns around him, too. So many people in Green Bay. Tony, are you driving from NWTC? You able to avoid most of this? Can you buy my old house? Oh, did they? I don't have a pre-alma mater anymore? What the heck are they doing with that building and that land then? Oh, closed for the draft. Okay. Where are your classes though, was the point? Not in Appleton, are you? To put him in that nucleus, that young, exciting nucleus that they have. And on top of that, the reaction we're going to get when they pick is going to be off the charts. And don't forget, let's make sure we remember Mongo McMichael and his family. No doubt. After what happened. May he rest in peace. Kurt? So, definitely on Cleveland and the Giants. Do they jump back in at the end of the round to get their quarterback? News going on this morning. So far today, one of them I'm proud of. I went and I gathered receipts on it. so I'm prepared to show the proof. A lot of talk about Jacksonville, a trade up or a trade back, both. First of all, the one that I got right on would have been Chicago trading up to pick 5, Jacksonville trading back to pick 10 for Ashton Jeanty of Chicago. Or, I didn't have it for Ashton Jeanty, but I did that pick. What's up, Michael? How you doing? And then, and this is all 2 months ago that I did these. And this is the first time I've been hearing any kind of talk about it in the national media. And then the other pick is Jacksonville trading up to pick 2. A long time ago, I did pick 1 for Travis Hunter. Either way, I did him moving up to pick 1 for Travis Hunter like 2 months ago. Today, it looks like they're trying to move up to Cleveland for Travis Hunter. Other things, Will Johnson and Derek Harmon, outside of Shedeur Sanders, are both looking like they could fall. Rookie at draft coverage. Yeah, well, I'm still a novice, if you want to. It's my second year. So both of them, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Will Johnson, cornerback, are looking like they might fall out of the first round for injury concerns. Same with Jihad Campbell. Like, some good news came out yesterday or the day before, but since then I've heard a lot of people with like even worse news about his health. So Jihad Campbell's somebody to look to possibly slide out of the first round. Some guys possibly sliding into the first round that a lot of people didn't think could. Jaden Higgins, which is one that I've done in the first round to the Green Bay Packers several times now. And then I've got a top 350 board of my own board, so I'm all good, but thanks, Michael. I have 400 something prospects. I mean, I gotta switch my mouse over here. At every position up here. And move this down. And then I got the 300 ready to go here. 296. Still more than enough for the draft. I just cut it off there. So, I'm good. Appreciate you, though. Who else was it that there was news on so far today? So there's still some smoke about Jackson Dart potentially going higher than Shedeur Sanders. And I think Tyler Shuck has been getting, some people are betting on him going in the first round. I have Cam Ward. He's my 11th prospect, ranked prospect. I mean, he's a good quarterback. He's not that great. So there's just better prospects at other positions than him, in my opinion. Let's see, Travis Hunter, Teterola McMillan, obviously, the news around him over this past week has gotten a lot worse for his draft position, but still could go anywhere, which is what I've been saying all off season. Like, I'll be a little bit surprised if he makes it out of the top 10, top 12, really. But also, like, he could go anywhere up until... Man, I mean, I could see a situation where he's there and the Green Bay Packers don't even take him. I could also see the Green Bay Packers trading up for him. I just don't know what they think of him. But, man, if he makes it past the Green Bay Packers, it gets a little bit interesting there on who gets him, who does somebody move up for him. I assume people are moving up for him once he gets up to, like, pick 18, potentially. You know, if you're not aware, Luther Burden, somebody who's not really supposed to go in the first round anymore, but of course he could. Emeka Egbuka, borderline. Matthew Golden, I don't know, you see every now and then him not going. Omarion Hampton expected to go in the first round, but there has been some buzz around a potential third running back, TreVeyon Henderson, potentially even going higher than Omarion Hampton, the news being that Denver Broncos actually prefer TreVeyon Henderson over Omarion Hampton. What are we, about 20 minutes to draft start? Browns have a win-win pick. they screwed this up, I'm done. You want him to take Travis? We got something going on stage. Oh, the Lift Every Voice and Sing song. This is the James Weldon Johnson Foundation's National Hymn Choir. I'll let them take center stage here a little bit. Guy's got his hat over his heart, like this is the national anthem. Oh, you're saying Abdul Orr? I don't really think Abdul Carter is much of a need. I think it's pretty good on the opposite side. I mean, it'd be nice, you know, it'd be cool, but you got one guy that can get you like 16 sacks. I think you're good enough anyways. Not that you can ever have too many edge rushers. Well, I got the crowd's attention. Crowd's being quiet. Did some notes there. Man, I wonder how loud this is for those in the neighborhood nearby. For those who don't know, Lambeau Field's like right in the middle of a big residential area. So everything going on there has been being heard very clearly from a lot of houses. You have Mason at 6. Oh, there's a guy who the talk on him since like yesterday especially has really been that he's gonna slide out of the top 10. I think that started with Jacksonville's kind of news about them moving. So I did the running backs there. Let's see, tight end news. You know, they're tight ends. Don't be surprised if they do slip a little ways, but also there's a chance that they could both go in the top half of this draft, which I think has never happened before. Look for offensive linemen to go hot and heavy. There is some smoke around what I'm like the only person that's been doing this, but having Josh Simmons, I've barely had him go in the first round in mock drafts. A guy who a lot of people have is like a top 10 type of guy if it wasn't for his injuries, but that's if it wasn't for his injuries. His injury is a very, very seriously severe injury that has derailed careers before, so there's good news around his healing so far, but there always is, right? So that's a guy who, on Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft, he left out of the first round, and that was big news for some people. Once again, I've been doing that for basically all year, but what can you do? You know, we'll see if Nick Manwari makes his way into the first round. A lot of people think he will. I don't necessarily think he will, but he is a freak. Freaks do get drafted. Savone Revel, I've commented on this as early as like 2 weeks ago, maybe, that he's kind of been sneaking up, and he might make it into the first round. I don't know where. I started doing it pretty naturally. There's been some sort of little underswelling, though, where you've seen him go just a little bit more around in communities. Trey Amos apparently has been like rising, which shouldn't be a shot. He's awesome. I would take him over these guys if my medical team had any concerns. I just have these guys ranked purely based on who they are outside of injury. And Savone Revel's injury should be fine. Like I said, Jihad Campbell could be slipping out. Carson Schwetzinger, I've been talking about this for a month and a half in total. Quite a while ago that I put Carson Schwetzinger in the first round. He's a my guy. That's part of why. But there have been rumors swirling and even more smoke around that today that he might go at the back end of the first round. So That's been something that's kind of been smoldering too, and is getting a little heat right as we approach draft. Armed Forces coming out. Metro, how's it going? Welcome in, Metro. Do you think your team's going to be drafting today? I think Minnesota trades out of the first round. Alright, I'm not going to talk over the national anthem. Glitchy on your end, I hope. Not for your sake, but... How's that, sound-wise? He didn't skip a part, did he? I feel like he did. Took a sweet time, but we got there. Sounds like a straight 70s rendition. Guy kind of looks like it too. And the flyover. 4 helicopters. We got a cat, folks. Oh, okay. We don't need commercials. There we go. Alright. So, Carson Schweschinger could go, I think most likely, especially if Jihad Campbell doesn't, is seriously injured. Carson Schweschinger most likely Ravens. There was some smoke around that potentially being true. Donovan Azaraku could go anywhere from the mid to late portion. Probably won't make it out, but also I wouldn't be shocked if he does. Jalen Walker, a lot of different opinions on him. A lot of people love him, and a lot of people think there's plenty of concerns. So we'll see where he goes. Princely's one of those guys that I have as a sneaky potential first rounder, but we'll see. And Michael will go probably pretty high, most likely. I hope he's not there when the Green Bay Packers get to draft or Shamar Stewart, because then Packers might do that. It's beautiful. I assume the singing and the song, not me. Or the cat? Are you saying the cat's beautiful? So yeah, I talked about that. Derek Harmon could definitely be sliding, someone who was on the rise. Walter Nolan, it does sound like for sure a first rounder, potentially quite high. Look for San Francisco as a potential target there. Could be earlier, probably not, but it seems like it's possible. And then Mason Graham, once again, is supposed to potentially slide today. That's also if he's still available for San Francisco, or like maybe Carolina if they're not able to trade out of that spot. So we'll see. All of the above. Fair enough, my man. So we'll just be hanging out. Like I said, I want to enjoy the draft. I'm not gonna work too hard here, but I am more than happy to talk with chat. I will be giving. I'm not gonna like. Last year I did a lot of trying to predict and like giving grades and everything, and I'm not gonna really try to predict so much. I've been doing that for the last 4 months. Done with that. So just gonna enjoy it and react to what does happen instead of trying to predict too much. But feel free if in chat you want to talk about the potential picks and stuff. At the moment that I get a chance to interact with chat, then I'm more than happy to talk about it. But I'm just not going to be sitting there for every darn pick talking about the likelihoods of who might go. But you'll know if it's something that I thought might happen or not as it happens. Can we just hold the hope that the Vikings don't take Starks? You don't like him as a prospect? Yeah, one of the few. I don't dislike him. I think he's fine. I think that he's a very smart prospect. And I think he'll be a good player for a long time. But yeah, I don't think he's like quite a superstar. Maybe like less of an impact than Honey Badger. Different type of player, but like on that level of just like not quite a superstar, but borderline, really appreciated by their team. I think that's about where he'll be, probably. I think there are some concerns essentially for him. I think once he gets a chance to just Bud is taking who's taking all your views? I think once Malachi Starks gets the opportunity to specialize in certain ways of playing, I think that's where he'll start to be able to thrive a little bit better. I do think they were asking so many different things of him based on different weeks and game plans and opponents and everything that he may have never quite gotten the chance to learn certain aspects of the game. And that's where he might have had some of those mental lapses. But I do think there are some slight athletic, issues, and he hasn't quite shown like all of the intuition and instincts at the position at this point in his career. But he does a lot of things well. A lot's happened in these 2 months, right? Water heater broke. Oh, that's annoying. Got repaired. Broke up with a girlfriend. Talking to a new girl. Hey, there we go, Metro. Happy we finally get another stream. Did the water heater break while you're like mid-shower or anything? That'd suck. Well, welcome in, Metro. I've been busy creating content. So, hope you tuned in at some point. But obviously, happy to have you here, whether or not you did. I don't know what happened, dude. My, all of a sudden, like, month ago, my video started getting, like, zapped by YouTube, and my view counts went down significantly all of a sudden. Make me angry. Just, like, stop serving them to people. Alright. We are... Where's the clock? 6 minutes away from the start of the draft. We'll get that background sound back on.
Occasionally not Peyton, but much more Joe. But Shedeur Sanders going to play from the pocket and win from the pocket that way. So I thought it was an interesting...
Yeah, I think I noticed on one of my phones. I have them on an old phone. I have it where it gets set up for notifications, and I noticed that they weren't coming through on that. YouTube just be rude like that, man.
Yeah, you won't shy away from the spotlight.
spotlight. You know,
They definitely have some control over.
one of two ways.
And I know it's not like somebody at YouTube. You know, it's not just one person. It's
Thing that I dislike about the NFL.
it's using some sorts of analytics and crap.
And it's narratives built up that are lazy.
So you're saying you want me to announce them late?
Anonymous source about some meeting that you had, and you
Oh.
don't think that some kid measured up to what
Early,
you
late.
wanted to be when he
I'm
was
leaning
in the
towards
room.
early.
I think that that's trash. Shador
Or
Sanders
whichever
is a
comes
good
first.
quarterback in national football.
If I see it early, we'll announce it.
And make some head coach and some fan base very happy because he's already done that in his career. And what I think is a very difficult
There's Joe
spot
Klatt.
for his dad at the University of Colorado in a program that was nothing before he got there for 2 decades. So those are the things that I'm
I think
looking
Metro
at.
Derek Harmon's another guy that I would be happy with if I were Minnesota.
Opinion about this guy. Listen, I get it, right? Yeah, he holds the ball too long and he drifts and all of those things. But I tell you what, this narrative that built up about Shador over this process, that's what I dislike about this draft.
So what do you dislike about
Okay,
this
so-
draft? I couldn't pick up what you did.
Narratives. This
Looks
process
like
of narratives.
Blue Sky's back up. Twitter.
If you're gonna say that,
Does anybody know who to follow on Twitter specifically that tips the picks early?
Put your name on your thoughts of Shador.
Because I don't know who does. I have a Twitter account, but I've never used Twitter. I don't go on it, or X, whatever.
How hard you throw a football and how far you throw a football. To me, the quarterback position is about understanding how to throw different throws in the
All right,
course of a game.
see ya. Enjoy the shower, Metro, and I'll see you back whenever you get back.
2 years, just 13 interceptions.
You be happy with Derek Harmon? Attaboy.
Have enough arm strength. If he can't throw the ball the way he needs to, that number's going to be way higher. This is a guy that was competitive. This was a guy that was asked to carry his team each and every week. I don't think that can be overstated how important that is to have a guy that you know you can put the ball in his hands every time and say, hey, you don't play well, we don't win. That is a tough position to be in with all the
Sound
things
check.
that these guys are talking about with the spotlight on him. Just I think a lot of impressive things to really
Okay,
like
alright.
about
That's a
the
pretty
year.
nice balance between TV volume.
Well, let's start with the first potential landing spot, Rich. That is number 3 for the New York Giants. No team has scouted Shador Sanders over the last 2 years more than the Giants. If he gets by him,
Yeah,
it's a hard time
I don't think he goes at 3. I don't think he goes at 9, and ultimately, I don't think he goes at 21. But he might go before 21, and he might go after it.
The Steelers had a really nice visit with Shador Sanders. I know Mike Tomlin is a fan. It is not Shador at 21 if it's maybe a defensive tackle.
I wonder if the guy from New York's still in here. I wonder. Curious how you would feel about Kayvon Thibodeau type of trade.
+1 to everything that you just said. But Daniel, I don't recall. Again, this is draft 22 for NFL Network. I don't recall somebody who could be 3rd overall or not in the first round at all. That just makes no sense. It doesn't compute when you think about that.
Yeah, well, one thing is there's not that many quarterback teams, so there's not that many options, and the Saints just haven't, for some reason, haven't been in that market, haven't been in that discussion. So to just go from 3, 9's not an option, 21's the next one. That's the whole conundrum here.
I mean, if you want to potentially compare history.
Yeah, there's another rumor that's been going on today that Denver was trying to move up. I think Houston trying to move up has been in the talks. Miami trying to move back. Bears, either one, which is something I've been talking about for them. It would make sense for them to trade back depending on who's available when they get up, and it could make sense for them to move up if they wanted to for a couple of targets. Abdul Carter, apparently Ashton Genty, which I didn't think that they would spend the capital to go up for Ashton Genty.
All across America, in places just like this.
I thought Abdul Carter if they wanted.
With each dream, each step, each moment. Talent and drive need persistence and time. Now, greatness comes into focus in a place called Titletown.
Let's see, so Ian Rappaport minutes ago said, as of now, it appears more likely than not that the Falcons will keep Kirk Cousins as their backup. Oh, by the way, we got to get rid of that commercials. As their backup into training camp, but things, of course, can change. So I think basically They're not expecting him to get traded during the draft. It's really what that comes down to. They'll analyze things after the draft, figure things out, see what teams might offer him. I think they want a team, if somebody trades for him, I think they want the team to help pay for his contract. Just like, then you should have done a trade deal 2 months ago or whatever before you had to pay him an extra $10 million. All right, NFL draft in Green Bay. We're back.
In Wisconsin, that's the way things usually go. Here in the home of the Green Bay Packers, Travis Hunter, nice guy loose, getting set to hear his name tonight in National Football
Travis Hunter is dancing like a maniac.
in War of Six in Penn State. Where will he wind up? Could he be going to New York? The man
There's Ash. Oh, Ash and Genty's looking classy.
will hear his name outside of the chosen
Like a 1920s pianist.
who might have the shortest night of all, warming up for the Tennessee Titans potentially to pick from the year and
Which Eisen did not know where to go with that.
by Horizon.
Are we staying here or are we going to commercial again?
Thousands of fans again in the shadow.
It feels like they're going to commercial. I don't know. I feel like they just came back. Oh, no. We're back.
Of the 2025 NFL draft.
Guys, the draft coverage is technically started. The draft is not technically started yet.
All 22 of them and counting. Rich Eisen here along with my guy.
But
Jeremiah moved the sticks.
the commissioner should be walking up onto the stage soon.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Charles Davison from Fox Sports, my guy Joel Clack, all hanging out with us tonight. Kurt Worm and Ian Rappaport and Jamie Erdahl will join us. DJ, you have the first word. What you're looking forward to tonight.
Well, there's a couple stars at the top of the draft, and we're anxious to see where those guys go. But this draft is about starters. This is a very deep group.
It's a starters, not a stars draft, guys, in case you haven't heard yet. That's been the saying that everybody has stolen from Daniel Jeremiah.
Tonight, CD, because we really have no earthly idea of how these names are going to come off the board.
And contrary to popular belief, I actually listened to you. I listened to Joel. You guys have told me starters in this draft, but we still will have maybe some fireworks in the first round for people to go get some of those top-level guys, positions that you need, either running back, tight end, and quarterback. Pretty simple, Rich.
All right.
Shedeur Sanders.
I don't see anybody tipping the #1 pick of the draft yet, guys, so I don't know. Could be anybody.
Here on a draft night in Wisconsin on a brisk April
Hopefully that tracker on the screen is running.
nights around here in Green Bay.
Maybe I should refresh it.
Kids handing bikes to Packers players as they bike to training.
That's been up all day.
Right here in Green Bay, and you can see folks biking around the draft hall amongst all the fans of all 32 teams.
There we go.
I do believe the commissioner of the National Football League is on one.
The commish is on a bike. Oh my god, don't fall. Don't fall. It's national pastime. Gotta boo the commish. He's just riding around stage. Not even just riding to the stage, he's just riding around it. And now he's got other people riding too. What on earth? Bunch of them. Is that Lil Wayne's on a bike on stage? There we go. There we go. And this little kid's excited as all heck. So I think that's a surprise. Let's go, Lil Wayne. Way to show up.
The commissioner to kick off the proceedings tonight. Down the kickstand to get to the mic.
If you're not aware, which I'm sure you are, Wheezy is a Green Bay Packer fan.
Okay. Come on. Okay, welcome.
It's like the only time that Green Bay has ever booed anybody.
Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Woo! Let's go, Green Bay! Ow!
People said they
Kind of is.
107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting.
There we go, baby.
Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty.
You knew it was coming. I thought he was just gonna go straight up, but it's big in heart.
Welcome us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Gonna start the clock, Mish. I mean, really, the number one pick should have to come out within like 5 minutes. I have no clue what they're chanting. I think every team is just chanting for their team. Every person.
3 days, we will welcome in
Wheezy and one of the girls,
and bring hope
I think, are having a conversation off to the side.
and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews,
What up, Clay?
Jordy Nelson,
What up, Jordy?
Mason Crosby,
Jordy's aged a little bit. Mason.
Amon Green,
He's a weirdo. I know his ex-girlfriend.
James Jones,
James Jones. He's a good man.
and Packer superfan Lil Wayne.
That got the loudest pop, even over the Green Bay Packers players. I suppose there's a lot of fans that are of other teams there that probably celebrated him.
I just got off the phone with the president, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So, let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
There you go, Clay. Clay knew the job. I love it.
I'm sorry, Roger, I'm sorry.
That is awesome. I think that's got to be the best start to any draft, in my opinion.
Being thrown out here in the dairy world.
That's Lambeau Field, by the way, right there.
It's time to get the show started. Are you ready? The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
All right. So, I don't know if that was the first surprise that Roger Goodell was.
There we go. Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
So, here we go. The Tennessee Titans
Let's get this show on the road.
in Nashville.
It looks like,
Terrific draft a few years ago.
I'm guessing they weren't able to enter in the pick
There,
because immediately
well, here we are with the Titans now.
the GM went to his computer and started typing.
And Will Levis, as we know, struggled last year as a starting quarterback. Their first overall on the clock, in part because the offense
It sounds like they let.
was going. It was very turnover prone. There's
Sounds like they made their final decision like 3 days ago, 2 days ago.
on the clock. Daniel
Might have made their official call that they're
Ward from all.
who they're selecting at that point in time.
Yeah, they earned that first overall pick with where they were. There was a lot of work
All right, so
on this roster. They went out free.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. First pick of the draft is supposed to be Cam Ward.
This young quarterback friendly for
Cam
somebody
Ward.
like Cam Ward.
Well, I have a first round grade on.
Coming into the season, you're talking about somebody who's viewed as maybe a day two pick.
Going to Tennessee here.
This pattern happen over and over.
And
Guys
so for me, that would be a B.
vault themselves in this case.
My grading is pretty harsh because, in part because my
When he gets there to compete
draft grades are not as harsh. They're rather optimistic.
right now, CD,
Cam Ward's not really a my guy or anything. I give my guys like pluses.
kid.
But let's see what I've got written up on him.
I think that he is
Where in the heck?
spot, Joel and Rich, because of this.
Here we go.
The Tennessee Titans made him earn it through the process. I don't think they went into the idea that
So, my report on Cam Ward is that he's an effortless thrower. He's a tough dude. 6'4", by the way. 6'2", 219 pounds, so a little bit short, but thick. And that he's got great pocket presence. He scrambles to extend the play. Oftentimes he can't hold on to the ball for too long. And so, you know, that's one of those things that works both ways for him. He throws extremely well on the run. He can scramble, you know, all that good stuff. He does hold on to the ball for too long. A little bit of a high turnover-worthy play rate at 3.1%. Pressure can get to him and can mess him up. So, you know, Tennessee's been working on that offensive line, so he should be all right. And, you know, he has a habit of drifting too much, too. So, far from a perfect prospect, I think if you were to put him... in last year's draft class, I would probably have him as behind J.J. McCarthy. So I think that would have been... And Michael Penix is someone who I think would have been higher if it wasn't for all the injury concerns, but I'd end up having Bo Nix ahead of Michael Penix. And I liked Bo Nix quite a bit. I also liked Michael Penix a fair bit, but I think the upside of Cam would have probably put them in front of for me, but probably in that group. I think those two were a group. They were a subset in last year's. You didn't miss much. Lil Wayne came on stage as part of the intro. Clay Matthews had a fantastic opening where he said that he had just gotten off the phone with the president, and the president wanted him to pass along a message, and the message was that the Bears still suck. And he sold it real well. It was pretty fantastic. So other things for Cam Ward, though. I know I just skipped around. I don't remember what I was... where he would be placed last year. So yeah, I think he would have been my QB6, probably, in last year's class. His sacks conversion rate isn't really a positive or a weakness for him at 16.3%. He is ultra confident, which you like a lot from your quarterback. I think a lot of teams do. Apparently that's an issue with Shedeur Sanders for some teams. That he's, you know, I guess confidence and arrogance are, it's a fine line. But I think that Cam Ward kind of rides that line too in terms of his arrogance. And I wrote that he is Jordan Love-like with his decision-making, which that's not really a compliment, and his willingness to make throws, and he's Ben Roethlisberger-like in play style, in and out of the pocket. So, you know, that's an interesting combo there that definitely is a high upside, low, you know, not the safest of floors kind of play style. So we'll see where that takes him. I miss Lil Wayne. That's tragic. You're a Minnesota fan. You should love that the Bears still suck. It was pretty fantastic. You did miss Lil Wayne. It wasn't. He didn't talk or anything. He just came out with all the. So it was like 6 Green Bay Packers players from like the 2000s on, kind of modern legends, I would say. And then and Lil Wayne, and they all came out on bicycles. I think in reference to the Green Bay Packers have a thing where they ride bicycles. All right, the Tennessee Titans pick is in. So the Browns are on the clock. I gave Cam Ward a B grade for this one. Kind of gave you my thoughts on that. We'll talk about Travis Hunter in a little bit too while we wait. But the pick is in. The pick has been in. Wow. No pressure. No pressure, Cam. So at pick 2, we're going to see if there's going to end up being a trade there. That was where Jacksonville was reportedly trying to move up to, and everybody's saying that Jacksonville's going to create fireworks, so we'll see. Okay. If anybody knows who Okay, it looks like Blue Sky I'm going to be able to get the picks early. By a little bit, at least.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback.
There he goes. Cam Ward to the Titans. It's official. Just talked about that. I think he's got a nice offensive line. Now they got to get him wide receiver next round. So Adam Schefter says that at one point the Giants offered this year and next year's first round pick, among some other picks, to move up for Cam Ward, and Tennessee did not accept. So that's I think that's maybe better than any of the offers that I thought that they would receive for that first round pick. So Giants definitely wanted to come up for him. All right, number 1 pick is in. You can see the grade on the screen there. Cam Ward, everything. Oh, we got to get him off of the top 10. So, oh, he's not even in the top 10, but I still got to delete him on my end. There we go. He gone. All right. Any other news there that came out? No. So, we are anticipating... I'll wait on this one. We are anticipating this to be Travis Hunter. I think the interesting thing will be how he gets announced here. I assume he'll get announced as a... Apparently they have 3 different cards prepared ahead of time here, depending on what the team that drafts Travis Hunter wants to announce him as. They have a wide receiver card, a cornerback card, and then I think a wide receiver / cornerback card, I assume, is how it would look. So, hold up. Jacksonville moving up.
Blockbuster trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars wanted to be bold, and they are in fact bold.
Travis Hunter. I made this fucking trade 2 months ago, baby. A second, a fourth, and a sixth. Wait, so this year's 5th overall pick, 36th overall pick, 126th overall, 2026 something.
2 and a 4 this year, and a 1 next year, and the Browns are among
Yo,
those picks that you mentioned.
I made that.
The Jacksonville
Here.
Jaguars are now on the clock. This is for Travis Hunter, correct?
It sure feels that way. And
Oh,
I made sure to
my
get
gosh.
this quote right from James Gladstone, their new general manager, at his press conference said, I think it's pretty simple from my perspective. We will prioritize people and players that are intangibly rich, and by doing so, they will elevate our ecosystem, our team, by being nothing more than themselves. It's as simple
All right.
as that.
Travis Hunter, Jacksonville. I freaking called this shit.
He only likes 3 things in life. He likes catching
So,
touchdowns, he
I assume it's Travis Hunter. It could always be Abdul Carter. I shouldn't take a victory lap yet.
Right? Didn't he just talk about an ecosystem there?
That's
You want
crazy.
great players. That's what you want in all of this. And he's going
So it
to
was
get one in Travis
Jacksonville receives the number 2 overall pick, a fourth round pick and a 6th round pick, and they traded a second, a 4th, so they swapped 4ths, and then a future 1st.
Cam, you got a lot of number ones in your life. You started
So I don't know, what did I wonder what the trade was that I made.
overall pick. How does this moment feel to you?
It's special. God did everything for me. Him, myself, my family, and I'm just blessed to be here. I'm ready to get to work. I feel like the Titans are my teammates.
Now my trade was to move up to pick 1.
We've seen you playing football, playing catch in the back all night long. You're staying loose. How ready are you to get to Tennessee and show them what you got?
So I'm ready. I'm
That's crazy that happened.
Congratulations.
Alright, we'll go to my videos here.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Greatly appreciate that.
I'm pretty sure somebody said that trade. That.
Traded up into the top 2.
Alright, yeah, Travis Hunter 1.1 overall. I bet you somebody in the comments said that this mock draft sucked.
Orlando Pace, first overall in the 19th.
Interesting video, some unusual picks. There we go.
So, a rare trade for a rare player and talent. They are plugging it out right now.
Apparently, I gave Jaden Higgins to Kansas City on the second round.
Are now on the clock. They know who it is.
Sanders falling would be crazy in a good way.
We had a throw to the stage.
So I had Sanders falling in this too.
Got 2 cents to chime in.
On Cam?
Yeah, no, okay, or whatever.
Well,
I'll give you the floor, whatever.
first of all, let me just finish up Cam because this guy started 57 games. He attempted 23.
Oh boy.
Guys that won the Super Bowl since 2000. Their college
All right.
career is 35 starts.
Let me find the.
So he's got the requisite experience to come in and play well. I think he'll continue to grow. I really love that pick for Tennessee. And then moving forward, guys, to this pick, Jacksonville moving up. We touched on this before.
Where are we
in the
here?
pre-show. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in the draft. He's also the best corner in the draft. And I believe that he should and will play on both sides, and he'll contribute. And he's going to be a great player in this league.
Gives you the big plays on offense. And maybe
A future first,
Nico Collins.
receiving a future second back, and pick 36 in this mock draft. So I definitely did something different.
We talked about this last night on your mock draft show.
But let's see.
This is it, my man. And we're giving you every opportunity.
Yeah, they did a 4th and a 6th back. I just did a future second back.
This has got to be it for Trevor Lawrence.
And Hunter is such an amazing talent.
And not an additional 4th.
He's going to see one-on-one coverage because that dude on the other side, Brian Thomas Jr., one of the best young players regardless.
Yeah, just different trades, really.
So it's all there. They got him a great play caller with an offense that fits Trevor Lawrence, and now he's got 2 big time.
I think I see why Cleveland would probably prefer the trade that they did in the real world over that one.
Who do you think Cleveland might choose 5th overall? Who do you think they move down and think they're comfortable?
Yeah, move again, maybe.
Just commit to trying to get assets for next year. We'll see. This looks like they're taking in this.
All right, I gotta post this sheet.
Down, Kurt Warner may have been on it about the runner.
Well, Alec Armstead is the reigning Walter Payton Man of the Year from Jacksonville. And he's
Just taking a screenshot of that trade.
While we are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men
All right.
entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field.
Jaguars coming up.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Woo. He will announce his pick.
First off,
That was a lot better than the head coach, Liam.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner, thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide, and also tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember, Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade.
We saw that.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the 2nd pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the 2nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver.
There he goes. They announced him as cornerback / wide receiver. Just how I have him listed. Cornerback first. And he's dancing again. Alright. Let's... There we go. That is official. Let's give him a grade.
Trade next year's first round pick and other considerations for the Unicorn in this year's draft.
Boom.
Last time the receiver was taken second
Actually,
was when this happened.
we're gonna have to grade him up twice. Alright, so, going.
Last time a
what's that jazz music? Going to Jacksonville. And, I mean, I like him a lot. They announced him as a cornerback / wide receiver. So I think they're going to use him as a cornerback first. So he is going to get an S tier grade from me then. That's a good pick. I can't really call him a my guy. I kind of saved the pluses for my guys. You know, it's pretty tough to take any kind of credit. But I do have him graded better as a cornerback. So that's the wide receiver grade. And so I'm doing it by hand. That's why it's so slow. There we go. There is the grade at cornerback. You can see I gave him a top 8 grade at cornerback. And then first round grade as a wide receiver. So I think in Jacksonville that he will play cornerback. And then pitch in at wide receiver. We'll see. So, my thoughts on Travis Hunter. As a cornerback, as a wide receiver. We gotta get to this one. Alright. Travis Hunter, 6'1.5", 188 pounds, and I don't really believe that he is 188 pounds while he's playing, but he tested at 188. No, he didn't do much any testing. So I don't know. You know, I don't know about that weight for him. He was excellent in both man and zone coverage. He's good to very good in run support. So, you know, that's good. I have good, very good, great in terms of being as a strength. He's an instinctual playmaker with great ball skills, high energy, still learning the position. He's a bit raw as a wide receiver, in some ways as a cornerback too, because he just wasn't able to spend all of his time focusing on some of these things. New York Giants pick is in. He has the versatility to play both sides of the ball, cornerback, wide receiver. He's unrefined at this stage of growth. His play strength, his press man coverage, like you have to be careful what you ask from him. He does have a thin frame. He's very smart. He's very focused on football. Football is like everything to him. He had a 4.0 GPA. He has missed time due to injuries throughout his collegiate career. As a cornerback, no, that was my cornerback news. As a wide receiver, where are you? Travis Hunter. Quick, explosive, highly agile, vertical speed is good enough. Magnificent body control. He's tough. He's got good yak ability. Goes over the middle of the field. Isn't afraid to take a hit and anything like that. Very quarterback friendly. Does a nice job of getting back to the quarterback and putting himself in nice spots against zone, for instance. Obviously, he's athletic, and playmaker is just a simple way of putting everything, for him. He's an absolute playmaker on both sides of the ball. He has probably the best ball skills of anybody that you've ever seen of his size. Great hands. I think that he could operate best as a Z. He's not really an X. He is unpolished, as I said, on both sides of the ball. Some rawness to his game. His footwork could use some work. His releases, his route running crispness is all stuff that he could put some polish on. But I think he'll focus on cornerback first. He can struggle to separate at times. Saw him commit offensive OPI, offensive pass interference, a little too often on some of his bigger plays. He is fairly slender, I noted again. I said that if CeeDee Lamb and Deshaun Jackson had a baby, that would be him. So yeah, somewhere in between those two skill sets. And then I just talked about the scenario for him. On average, there's about 12 third downs a game, 3 red zone attempts per game. So I assume most likely you should see him on the field for maybe 8 snaps a game or something like that on offense. And maybe not that to begin with. So the New York Giants are up on the clock. Pick is in.
The Giants are celebrating their selection in this draft.
Giants are celebrating.
Sean Mara, the coach, Brian Dable, Joe Shane, GM, and a very interesting...
Abdul Carter, right?
I like it. Right there. Is that in honor of Wake Martindale? I don't know about that. Here's the commission.
2025 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter.
Yeah. So the question will be, will they try to trade Kayvon Thibodeau, and will that trade be in part to come back up? All right. So, I'm not going to give him applause. He's not a my guy. I do think he gets maybe a little bit over talked about, over ranked. So I'm going to give him an A grade. I do have him as a top 8 kind of guy here. Sorry, going to the New York Giants, getting an A for that. That's right. At this early on in the draft, you can't even get an S+. S just means I like him a lot. So it's an A for Abdul Carter, not an S tier pick, in my opinion. A lot of people would disagree with that. Edge rusher Abdul Carter, strengths, twitch, bend, agility, burst. All great things to have, and especially combining those things together. As an edge rusher, he's highly physical. He got a big head and a thick neck. His pass rush moves are executed at lightning speed, while he also continues to remain disciplined. He plays at a different speed. That is just, he's a little bit of an alien in that sense. He has an insanely quick first step. That's all great. He has good high football IQ and instincts. You'll see him sniff out the screen pass regularly, which I always look for that in guys. I like those kinds of plays. Those, big negative plays on plays where the offense is trying to catch you off guard, I think is huge. Weaknesses is there are some shoulder injury concerns. He uses his shoulder a lot when he's attacking, hits guys with his shoulder as he goes by. And there was a stress fracture found at the combine in his foot. There was news recently that came out that he had a re-medical checkup and that all that was good at that point in time. So who knows? Sometimes he takes a false step. There's a lack of consistency in him pushing off of his front foot. So if an edge rusher should be pushing off of their front foot, when you see them take their left foot and then push forward, that's just wasted movement, and you don't want that, and that's what we call a false step. So you do see that sometimes on tape for him. He is rather new as an edge rusher. This was his first year playing as an edge rusher this last year. So, that's something that could definitely be fixed anyways. And there were some character concerns for him too. So really not a whole lot of concerns about his on-field play. The false step was my only one that I talked about. Otherwise, it's injuries and character concerns. There's an incident with the tow truck driver where he beat up the guy. Don't know the whole story. At the end of the day, if you're going to play around on the edges in the NFL, you got to be a little bit crazy. Like I said, moved from the linebacker to the edge rusher position this last year. Was asked to spy on the quarterback at times, and he was good at that. And that is something that is more and more valuable as the quarterback position gets more and more athletic in the NFL. He was asked to go up against guards and centers at times at Penn State, and he would win against them. So he was asked to do a lot of different things rather than just purely being an edge rusher, and succeeded at all of them. And that's where a lot of comparisons to Micah Parsons come from. And obviously Micah Parsons has been very successful. Micah Parsons also from Penn State. He is younger still, and he's still got all these things going for him. And I thought at his media session that he was very quick-minded, very confident, but also that his answers felt a little bit pre-prepared. I wrote, ultimately, he was complete but efficient with his answers. So, I guess no nonsense might be another word that you could say for him, but I didn't quite get that authentic vibe from him there on that setting. Not the biggest knock. I've come up with much worse knocks for those. But I do try to use those media sessions at the Combine to get some insight on these guys that I like. And that was just a little bit of a knock-ish for me, but nothing that would have gotten me off taking them this high in this draft specifically. If I was the New York Giants, I would have been willing to trade back. I would have been willing to not draft him if I got a good offer to trade back. Especially like a team like the New York Giants and where they're at as an organization and the players that they have. But, it's okay. Not going to knock them for taking them, that's for sure. All right, so I think New England's pick is in. Cleveland back on the clock at pick 10. And I think Cleveland is going to take Ashton Jeanty at 5 if New England takes Will Campbell here, which we are expecting to happen. So we'll get prepared for that. We'll go move over to the offensive line here. I think they're going to commercial. Yeah, keeping an eye on the stage, but quick commercial break here. So hopefully they'll be back quick. The stage cameras have all flipped to New England. Now they went full commercial. You never go full commercial. Alright, offensive line. Where are you? All the way over to the right here. Will Campbell. So, obviously, could be Armand Membu here. It could be Kelvin Banks. Maybe they got the whole world tricked. But seemingly they like Will Campbell. Will Campbell is very much a them kind of guy. And I feel like maybe Will Campbell was one who talked about not being intimidated by their head coach, Mike Vrabel. And a lot of people are when talking with him. And I had noted that. But I don't have a note here, so it might have been somebody else. But reportedly, you know, just very much like an old school kind of attitude in terms of Will Campbell, the person. Who, by the way, Princely Umanmielen said that he was the best offensive lineman that he faced during the combine one-on-ones. I called that a drive-by compliment from Princely while I was taking my notes. So we'll just wait a little bit before I go talking about Will Campbell. Officially. Still at commercials. Will Campbell is tied for my number one prospect, as you can see there, with Armand Membu. Kelvin Banks, really not too far behind. To begin the offseason, I had all three of them tied. Then for a long time, I had Will Campbell all alone as my number one prospect. And then more recently, I changed it back, depending just a little bit on what you want from them, to be in a tie between Armand Membu and Will Campbell. And more recently, I thought about putting Kelvin Banks back in as a tie with them. Because he was actually my number one to begin the offseason 4 months ago. All right, let's see if we can't find this official. Number 5 pick, the Browns select. Okay. Ooh, interesting. So the number 4 pick, where are you? Was I see the number 5 pick. I don't see the number 4 pick on here. Come on. Okay. 4 pick was offensive tackle Will Campbell. So I'll let that come up before I go talking about it. But that is official.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
There it is, going to New England, and that is going to get a B from me. It's really not their fault. I don't know if there's anybody left that they could have drafted that would have got them a better grade than a B. That's just how my system works. So yeah, I've got a first-round grade on him in the top 8. That's going to get you a B. All right, so the big talk on Will Campbell has been short arms. But he's really, really athletic. He gets to his spot. Obviously, short arms, not perfect, but there are plenty of players who, I don't want to oversell it, but quite a few players who have been successful with short arms. So, Will Campbell, 6'6", 319 pounds, good to very good run blocker, very good in zone schemes, very good pass blocker, good leader. He is a team captain as a sophomore. He is somebody who's very good IQ from the tackle spot. He would often let the rest of his offensive linemen and players know that, where the blitz is coming from. Usually you see the center making those calls. Well, way over on the left side of the line, Will Campbell was making all those calls for LSU. He has good game IQ. Okay, I said that one. Grip strength, foot speed, toughness are all other things, like I said, a new school or old school New England kind of guy with that toughness and that foot speed helps to get him to the spot even despite his shorter arm length. Weaknesses, he has a high amount of negatively graded run blocks, which PFF recognizes as being a stable metric, which means that there is a correlation between that metric and poor outcomes in the NFL. So that is a red flag for him, along with the shorter arms. He's not always the most. His hip flexibility is a little bit questionable. He's an okay gap run blocker. He has small hands, short arms, very small wingspan. Might be better on the interior compared to, yeah. Some people think he'd be better on the interior. I think he'll be fine. And like I said, Princely Umanmielen called him out. So with the number 5 pick of the NFL draft, it is not Ashton Genty. So we will find out if Ashton Genty will really go. This is somebody who a lot of people had falling, and also some people had him going number 5 in this draft. Where the heck are the defensive linemen? It is Mason Graham going to Cleveland, and I do actually have a top 8 grade on Mason Graham. I like him a lot, quite a bit. Is it worth an S tier grade? Can I give it an A+? Let's give it an A+. I'm kind of in between, so that will work. So Mason Graham going to get an A+ grade from me. And I mean, I think he's really good. I don't think he is elite. He's kind of on the borderline of that top 8 to being a just a first round grade for me. But I did end up landing on that top grade, top 8. I never did change it or anything. So here we are, and I did that on purpose. It was known that throughout this spring, the outlook, the news on Mason Graham would not be the best. So once again, we are on Cleveland's pick here. I know the TV is not there yet, but that pick has been officially announced on the internet as Mason Graham. Let me double check that. I have selected Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham. Yes. So I have written he's built like a fire hydrant. He's a great run defender. I also have that he has great pass rush upside. He did great at the college level as a pass rusher ultimately, but there are some concerns with how well that will all end up translate into the NFL. He's got a nice swim move. He's more of a finesse rusher, basically, but he's got active hands. He does a lot of things. He tries. He's got some push and pull. He can win the bull rush sometimes, but he doesn't always win with strength. He does well on stunts, agility. Once again, a little bit of a finesse rusher from the inside, which is a little bit not the norm. Usually those are guys that are going to win with their weight and more so their strength. But he gets some good pushback at the snap. He easily disengages as he rarely gets locked up into a block to begin with, I wrote. He has heavy, violent hands. He's got a strong upper body. He's got a quick first step, and he's got raw power from his base, and that's really... You see that more so as a run defender than as a pass rusher. And for his weaknesses, he's another guy with short arms, and that is very important along the line of scrimmage. You got longer arms, you can make contact first. But the closer you are to the center, too, the more you can get away with those shorter arms. So there is that to think of. More often than not, he disrupts the play. His true pass rush production is limited, and he has some consistency issues with his pad level, which is just one of those things.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle.
It's a good announcement. I'm happy for him. I like Mason. So he is a 3-tech defender. He doesn't pass the off-the-bus test, like I said. His draft stock was going to get tested this offseason, how people talked about him. That was something we talked about a few times this offseason, much earlier in the offseason. Something other people talked about before we really got into the spring was just he's going to get knocked throughout this offseason. He's not going to win the spring, the offseason. He's not going to be a draft riser, and at the last second, people were pushing his value down. But Cleveland ends up getting him here. I think that's a really nice addition for them. And here's a guy. It was actually him who was not afraid of Mike Vrabel. He said that Vrabel was just a cool guy. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know. Mason Graham's not ultra impressive when you hear him talk. but he's very chill, very cool, and I think he's just not afraid of anything, and he just doesn't really like. It's not that he doesn't care, but it's just like, well, maybe when it comes to talking to the media and stuff, he doesn't necessarily care. Like, he just wants to play football. And he did not know who the toughest offensive lineman that he faced was. He didn't have an answer to that. So I think he's just kind of saying, like, yeah, I mean, I just beat them all, you know? So that was kind of a funny answer to that common question at the Combine. So there you go. There's some of my takes on Mason Graham. I think that's a really nice fit for Cleveland. I think really that's what they needed more than an edge rusher. So, you know, I'm cool with this move back. I wonder how my man is feeling like that, Michael. I'm sure, hopefully he'll stop by and say hello in chat and check, make his opinion known. So, they pick up a little extra draft capital. They're going to do stuff with it. Of course, they're showing his pass rushing snaps on the TV, because that's more entertaining. Well, actually, that was a run play there. Alright, Raiders pick is in. The Jets are on the clock, so let's see what the Raiders pick was. We've got to have that around here. Okay, looks like it is who we thought it would be. And Ashton Jeanty. This is another one. I freaking called this out months ago. My first mock draft, I think it was. Number 6 to the Raiders, Ashton Jeanty. So a lot of these takes early on going well for me. Aging well, but I'm like a relative unknown, so nobody will ever know to give me credit for it. I do have Ashton Jeanty as a top 8 type of prospect, a blue chipper, just as I did Mason Graham. I think this is a great fit. I think this is exactly what they need, especially after acquiring Geno Smith. I mean, just for any of the quarterback there, like, just start to develop some weaponry around their quarterback to work with. So I love this pick for Vegas. I love Ashton Jeanty. This is going to be an S tier pick for me. Obviously, I don't really care about need for these picks. I'm just going to grade the player and where they go in the draft compared to my big board, which we do need to update. So let's get to that. Abdul Carter, Ashton Jeanty, Mason Graham, all gone. Will Campbell, which, by the way, this was really tied with Armand Mambu. It just went in alphabetical order. Gone. There we go. So Armand Mambu at the top of my big board now. Jahdae Barron, second. Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, Kelvin Banks, Tyler Warren, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan. Here's the Raiders pick.
Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jeanty, running back, Boise State.
From the blue turf to silver and black, Ashton Jeanty is the
Okay. Got that set back up.
administration, and I was talking to Ashton on my show a couple
There he goes.
interestingly enough.
So I think Jets appear to still be on the clock, but let's see. Let's see at the internet. Now the pick is in, so I'm sure we got this. The Giants are exercising Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. I don't know that really prevents them from trading him. Also, I think my mock draft answers that I did on DraftKings is perfect so far, so let's keep that going. Because for Jacksonville, I chose other, and I'm pretty sure they did not have Travis Hunter as an option for Jacksonville. Because otherwise I feel like I would have taken it. But I don't know. I might have been thinking they were going to trade back at that point. We'll see. So I guess Cleveland could have moved out of that that fifth pick as well if they had wanted to trade back twice. So now I think you really got to pay attention to Cleveland potentially moving up because they have a lot of draft capital here. I don't know if they want to, but New York Jets pick. Who is it? Tackle Armand Membou. There we go. Perfect. We're still doing really good on the predictions here. So Armand Membou, my fifth ranked prospect, going off of the board to the New York Jets, guys. That is a good pick. That is at pick 7. It's gonna be a B plus. Yeah, Will Campbell too. Plus. Are these my guys? That's tough to call them my guys, right? I don't know. But I like them. Man, I don't know. I might come back and change that depending on how many pluses I start giving out or not. I don't want to give them out too liberally, but at the same time, they're kind of important. So, I mean, yeah, they earn a plus. I like them both. Armand Membou, offensive line, tackle, right tackle, a perfect fit for the New York Jets. It just made sense from the moment that we thought that Armand Membou was a top 10 pick. Armand Membou, like I said, tackle, 6'4", 332 pounds. He's a great run blocker. He is scheme agnostic, does better in zone, but definitely does not need to be in a zone coverage, zone blocking system. He's very good to great as a pass blocker, so that's almost elite. Great would be elite. Great run blocker, elite run blocker. He's got great athletic upside. He's very good to excellent speed. Very good to great, same idea. Sometimes I use different verbiage. He had very good acceleration, especially for his size. He had a good explosive profile. He's strong in the butt, got a good base on him. It means he did well with the jumping measurables, and he is a natural athlete, multi-sport, good coordination, that kind of stuff. He's got good hip flexibility, gets low, creates good leverage. He has some physical upsides to him too. He's extremely girthy, and by that I mean there's quite a bit of weight on him for his size at 332, 6'4", which is of course a good thing when you're on the offensive line. He's very heavy as well, he's just very heavy for the position, which is a good thing. That is an indicator of a measurable that does work well along the offensive line, the heavier they are. To a point, of course. He plays a physical game. He plays to the whistle. He finishes through at the end of the whistle. There are a lot of guys that end up on their butts while you watch his tape, including him, which I think I will get to in just a moment as well. He does a nice job of using players' positioning against them. I thought he does a really nice job of, if he sees a guy off balance, taking advantage of that and using that. If he sees a guy's momentum going one way, he'll just continue to take it further that way. So he does a really nice job of, once again, using where a player is at on the field, at that point in the play to just further get them out of position. And then for his weaknesses, one reason that people end up on their butts against him is that he does lean into his blocks once he's latched onto him. It's great that he's holding onto the block and everything, but then he gets over his toes and he leans into him. And at the NFL level, that is something that could get taken advantage. So that is just a little bit of a concern for me, because once you're getting over your toes, that's a less athletic stance. And so then you can just fall forward while the defender goes past you if they pull a move on you. He's got inconsistent footwork and handwork, so we'll work on that. He can be beat by power, but he's got the size, hopefully He'll fix that with some more consistency on the technicals. And he doesn't necessarily strike first as a blocker, which would be another reason why the power could beat you. You know, you want to get to the rep first. And he's got the length to get there, hopefully. He's not. Maybe the length wasn't his a strength of his necessarily. Actually, he is on the shorter. He has like 33-inch arms. They were on the shorter side, which is, I think, part of where he gets lashed on to people and gets connected with them. Showed, 2024 was his breakout year. 2023 was nowhere near as good as that. So you love the improvement, but also it's just 1 year of tape. And linebacker Jalen McLeod said that he was the toughest guy that he faced at the Senior Bowl. That being, of course, Armand Membou. So there we go. Carolina is on the clock at pick 8. Will it be Jalen Walker, linebacker? Michael Williams, edge rusher? Jalen Walker, too. We'll see. I think Tedrow McMillan at one point today was the highest betting odds. I wouldn't have bet on that, but we'll see. I got my edge rusher rankings ready. We got Will Campbell, Armand Membou graded. Fix the top 10. All right, let's get back to the. There we go.
He's been upgraded a little bit up the flow chart since then.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membou.
Tis official.
Missouri. Tackle.
So once again, no tight end. Instead, it is the member on the
All right.
offensive line for the New York Jets, the kid from Missouri, Armand Membou. What a terrific combine he's going to New York.
Yeah, he's a right tackle. He'll stay at right tackle there for the Jets. I thought this.
His dad is definitely repping his
I think they went Membou.
some African attire. And I don't know if he's got a younger sister or if it's his daughter. I think he was with his parents, so I'm guessing as a younger sister. Also there with him. 9.9 RAS score for Armand Membou. Very impressive. Which, by the way, Will Campbell also very good RAS score. That's a good pick. Good pick for the Jets. I'm a big fan of that pick for them. That's what I would have done if I were them. So, not going to argue with that. GM Enderberry says they felt like a trade was the right move because of the value. He believes they added blue chip guy in Mason Graham. I don't disagree. High pick in a sweet spot of the draft, second round, and an extra first round next year in a draft that they like, and that can help set them up for quarterback next year. So yeah, they're probably not going to be moving up for a quarterback, but they could still move up into the first round for something else that they want. Omarion Hampton? Could it be? Or maybe they'll just stick and pick these guys. You know, they've spent a lot of money. Ultimate Sports Network, what's up? Sorry if you've been waiting for me to answer you for a little bit. I just typed in NFL draft pick on X, but actually where I'm seeing them quicker is on Blue Sky. I don't really ever use X, and I like that Blue Sky doesn't like force feed me a bunch of other stuff and everything, so I don't end up spending hours on it at a time. I just kind of every now and then go check whatever news I needed. I probably won't use it anymore. At least until fantasy football again, but yeah, it's on. They get. Let's see here. If I can give you a name on X.
Bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers. Always moving forward. We lead, others follow. Why can't we say with
Let me see if I can't get one here for pick 8. Coming out early.
It's the best.
Oh boy, we got commercials. Let's not. Come on. I'm just looking for the name that's going to say Armand Membu, the highest up here. So it looks like maybe the first one, Blackboard Sports. And I don't have anybody that follows them, but that looks like the earliest one on this feed. IG NFL Premier, I assume, but Preme. Ben Mueller. Those are like the first names that it looks like that pop up on X. On Blue Sky, I just have this NFL news poster, which is just like they just repost stuff from others, and they've been getting it right off the bat. Meanakheim's talking about how, beyond the obvious reasons why Las Vegas made a lot of sense to be drafting running back, also Chip Kelly did a very nice job of designing runs in Ohio State last year. So, another reason why you can be, I think, get excited about where things are headed in Las Vegas and why that pick would make sense for them. All right. What do you think of Mason? I'm not a big fan. I like Mason a lot. I talked about it just a little bit ago, but I have him as a blue chip talent in this draft. I know, he's a little bit more of a high floor, low ceiling kind of guy, but I do think that the ceiling exists for him, and maybe not quite to the extent of somebody that you could find in some other drafts. Like, if he's a Hall of Famer, it's going to be because of a really long and dominant career, not necessarily because of like explosiveness. I like him for Cleveland. I think they had a bigger hole there than like an edge rusher and everything. I think he's a very, very good player. Like I said, borderline blue chip kind of talent, in my opinion. He was never going to win the spring. He looks so much better when he plays. I think he looks really great when he plays. So I like his tape. But the measurables and everything aren't like the best on him. Let's see. First Panthers pick. Do we have it in yet?
You can't go wrong on it, is what you're saying, right? Either way, you gotta take care of it. Our crew last year surprisingly ended up doing 4 Carolina Panthers games.
Panthers did. I talked about it. Okay. So we'll spoil this pick for the Panthers. I did talk about this a little bit ago, that the betting odds favorite for them was Tetairoa McMillan. I did not think that they would go this route. I didn't think they would go wide receiver. I didn't think they'd go offense, really. I don't think I made that pick once. I've talked about the possibility, but that's it. I did not think that they would go that route. But I am not surprised to see Tet going in the top 10, even though I don't really have him as a top 10 talent. So this is pick 8. So Tetairoa McMillan's, I still have him as a first-round talent. There, it just got announced. I apologize if I didn't. So as you can see, my second-ranked wide receiver, behind Travis Hunter, so that's with the asterisk. Going to Carolina, and that is going to be a B, and it's not a B+. Oops, J-Car. Alright, so I mean, he's a really smooth mover. Some people say that he's like Mike Evans. I really don't think so. I actually think you probably get the most out of him more as a Z than a traditional X. He doesn't create a lot of separation, so a lot of his tape is him, getting the ball in tight coverage, a contested catch type of stuff. Doesn't create the most separation. He doesn't really explode off the line when he for the beginning of his routes, but they ran a kind of a different kind of offense. So let me get my notes on him. Sorry, they're hiding. So, 6'4", 219, very girthy. Just once again, meaning for his size. He's got some good weight to him. He's a red zone threat. Yeah, great red zone threat. Strong hands, contested catching is, you know, something that he's pretty good at. He's always open regardless of separation, which can go a few different ways depending on your quarterback and depending on exactly how good you are at the next level. He does a good job of forcing missed tackles once the ball's in his hands. And that's something that, you know, for his size, that's really where it's odd. He's a little bit more of a finesse player despite being this big contested catch kind of guy. He's got good football IQ. He displays an understanding of how to find the soft spots against zones, and he has some nuanced speed in his routes. But a lot of the time, I don't know, once he gets pressed at the next level, it's going to be interesting to see if he has the ability to really beat that or not. It's tough to say. He can threaten at all three levels. He's got a good catch radius. He high points the ball well most of the time. Often enough he attacks the ball instead of letting it come to him, which is something that I really like. So a bit of a quarterback friendly element to that. You know, that prevents the cornerback from jumping the route. The ability to separate against press man coverage is an issue with his. I can't remember if I've seen much press man coverage. It doesn't help as a blocker. Just disinterested as a blocker. Sometimes colleges teach these guys not to worry about that, though. So who knows for sure on that one. He's not a significant yak threat in most situations. However, he can be elusive in the open field, as I said. Does cause a lot of missed tackles, especially for a guy his size. Impressive, but still not like, you know, some smaller guys in terms of his yak ability. He's not going to have the most crisp routes. He kind of runs what I call floppy routes. The opposite of crisp to me is floppy. He's had some drop issues in 2024. However, in 2023, his hands were good. I wrote he's a prototypical X receiver. I guess he can be. This is a little bit too, just kind of depends what you want to do. The same story with Keon Coleman last year and Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. Like, you can use these guys as X receivers. I do think, though, if you want to use them as a little bit more in the slot and everything, move them around more, like you saw Devontae Adams do later on in his career and Jordy Nelson. You can get more out of him like that than you might just as a prototypical X. And I did write that his concern was a little bit, his height was a little bit concerning if he was 6'5", but he actually came in at 6'4", so that was helpful. And that made a lot more sense with how smooth he could move. So that was good. That is it. The New Orleans pick is in. Michael Williams, I think, was the leader in the clubhouse for their pick. So we'll see if that's true. Update the stuff here. Stay tuned, folks. Browns wheeling and dealing jam might not be done yet, like I talked about. Actually, we might trade back in the first round. He said never say never. Let's see if my prediction comes true on that part. Hey, good. They went with the gentleman that I had them taking in my draft this morning, the Saints. So let me get that prepped here.
He did all the work up on his own, and then they took him as a surprise to everyone, including Cutler.
Well, Bears are 4 and change into the air a lot of time for the 10th overall pick. Here's the commissioner with the Saints' choice.
I'll let the commissioner announce this one, and then I will show you it and my grading.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
There you go. Kelvin Banks Jr. going to New Orleans. I give that an immediate A+. I was a fan of Kelvin Banks. And if he was taken just a pick earlier, that's not an A+. But at pick 9, it becomes an A+. I have a stringent system of grading. So now we're in a new set of grades. Well, nobody's around, but if there was still a top 8 guy, that would be my S tier. Once we get into day tomorrow, my S tier, or day 3, the S tiers will disappear completely. Actually, they'll disappear in the 3rd round. There will be no more S tiers potential. And then on day 3, it gets down to actually like a C, kind of being a good grade, a normal grade. So, once again, my grading's very liberal, and so my when I say that, I mean my player grades. So my draft grading system is a little bit more strict. And pluses just means that they're players that I like a lot, or I like the fit sometimes maybe instead, even if I didn't like the player a lot, etc. So, that does mean that the Chicago Bears are on the clock. Will it be tight end? Will it be offensive line? Josh Connerly, will he go this high? All right, so we need to get rid of Calvin Banks Jr., my 10th ranked prospect, off of the board. That leaves, will it be Mike Green? They might not like that attitude concerns with him, the off-field stuff. Jahdae Barron, Jahad Campbell, 7th and 8th prospect. Mike Green, 9th prospect. Tyler Warren, my 4th highest prospect left available. Could be the pick here. Walter Nolan, would that be the guy? Omarion Hampton. Will they go running back? Jalen Walker. So Jalen Walker has not been taken yet. There we go. No offense to Jalen Walker, but you know, all off season it was the league loves him, blah blah blah. I'm like, you know, I'd rather him around pick 20. So let's see how close we can get to there. And I'm cool with it after pick 20. I don't know who these people are. These look like reality. The Bears still suck. They look kind of familiar, but I don't know who they are. Just a mid-draft commercial. Go Beans. Alright. Did I talk about Calvin Banks? I didn't. Attractive woman comes on my screen and I forget what the heck I'm doing. Calvin Banks, 6'5", 315 pounds, great pass blocker, very good to great run blocker, scheme agnostic, thrives in zone the most, does a nice job of getting to the second level. Once there, he is patient in order to go and find the block. That's what I really like about him. He does not outrun the play. Very flexible, he gets low, he creates good leverage, he stays low throughout the rep. He's got great anchor, he absorbs contact very well. He's a natural blocker, he's playing the correct position. This is what he was built to do. And he's got some great in-game athleticism. He whiffs in the run game a lot, a little wild with his legs and arms at times. He is a leaner and he overextends too often. Maintaining his block can be an issue. Sometimes he loses it throughout the rep. He does struggle against length at times. He might be a better guard than a tackle if he fails at the tackle position, but I do think that he'll probably succeed at it. I like him quite a bit there. And I can't help but think Trent Williams when I watch him. I kind of had to retract that, though. I left it, but I kind of retract it. He's not as athletic as Trent Williams is. I thought he might be, but he is not. Bears draft. I don't know the pick yet. I didn't cheat on this one.
Please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts?
Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten.
I'm getting hungry.
His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve Michael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
There we go. Boom.
the Chicago
The Bears still suck.
Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Wow, so it's
Colson going.
not Tyler
He goes ahead of Tyler Warren.
surprise.
I had them right next to
Yo.
on my list.
So Colson Loveland is my 16th ranked prospect, tight end. I've had tight end go to Chicago several times. I thought it'd be Tyler Warren. They choose the guy in Colson Loveland. They're different. We knew that some teams prefer Colson Loveland. This is not a shock. I just did a ceilings and floors video, and I had Colson Loveland go ahead of Tyler Warren in there just to kind of point that out, that possibility. It happens. So, Colson Loveland, 6'6", 248 pounds. Love Chicago going tight end here. I thought early on in the offseason I had a need as like a slot wide receiver for them. And then when I thought about it, I was like, oh man, I really like them if they get, just a second tight end in there. And all the fun things that they could do with two tight end sets. So that's the route that they go here. Once again, Colson Loveland, 6'6", 248 pounds. The good, very good efficiency, 2.67 yards per route run. Well, he's, every time he's on the field and it's a passing play, he averages 2.67 yards per his route run. So that's highly efficient. That's a good thing if you're highly efficient at the college level. That translates to the next level. He's a stud receiver. He's great at winning on the inside and the outside. He's good at creating separation. He runs the route. Doesn't necessarily thrive against zone, but thrives against man, which is huge. And once again, he runs the route. Like, some of these guys, they don't necessarily run the route. They're not always where they should be. You can trust Colson Loveland to be there when he's supposed to be there. And I think that goes, maybe that's why they like Colson Loveland more than Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren, you could do a lot of gadgety fun stuff, but Colson Loveland will be ultra reliable for your young quarterback. And he has the speed to attack the seam, so he can get vertical, which helps to open things up for everybody and, create those big plays every now and then, etc. And he's alignment versatile, so you can still play around with him just like you can play around with Tyler Warren in terms of where you're lining them up and things that you can do with them. We'll see if San Francisco goes tight end. Weakness, bad in contested catch situations. Run blocking is meh. It's pretty good for his size. He lacks creativity after the catch. He doesn't get a whole lot of yak. He doesn't thrive against zone coverage. Until he bulks up, his usage as an inline tight end doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's part of what makes that perfectly okay in Chicago. They've got Cole Kmet there, so he'll probably be their inline guy. Colson Loveland can move around a little bit. He needs to learn how to get his pads down to help create leverage when he's getting into those pass block reps. He did miss some time due to injury as well, so hoping that he can stay healthy for you. That would be very good, obviously. So there you go. Colson Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Bit of a surprise, not because of the position, but because of the player. And I love it. A little bit of excitement. This was a draft we we don't know much about, and it's been fun. This has been a good beginning to this mock draft. Ooh, to this draft. So, why do I have a notification on here? Why is somebody... I gave restaurant recommendations to Mina Kimes today, and somebody just liked that. What are you doing, What are you doing reading Mina Kimes' skeets from earlier today? Go to notification. No, I don't want to be in notifications. I want to go home. And let's see here. Yeah, why don't we do a quick recap? Top 10 picks of this draft. Tennessee Titans go Cam Ward. Jacksonville Jaguars go Travis Hunter as they trade up for that with the Cleveland Browns. Abdul Carter going to the New York Giants edge rusher. Will Campbell, tackle, going to the New England Patriots. Mason Graham going to Cleveland after they traded down. Ashton Jeanty going to Las Vegas. Armand Membu going to the New York Jets. Tataroa McMillan going at pick 8 to Carolina. Kelvin Banks, there we go. Got that one right this morning. Going to New Orleans. And Colson Loveland going to Chicago. Somebody please buy Colson Loveland a real mustache. Must not look real. Let's see here. Is pick 11 in? I mean, it's in. Do I have it? I do have it. Okay, this makes enough sense. And definitely at one of the positions of need here for San Francisco. So let me get him off. This is my 38th ranked prospect overall. Out of Georgia edge rusher. Which one is it? 38th ranked prospect. That doesn't really necessarily help you for sure figure out which one it is. And he is going to get, this is going to be... All right, San Francisco happy with it. This is going to be a nice compliment opposite of Joey Bosa. So it makes sense from that sense. I kind of wanted to give him like another speed rusher at times, but this makes more sense in terms of a team building situation. And I'm sure I talked about it. I don't know if I ever made this pick. There it is. Mykel Williams. I'm giving that a B. I have a first to second round grade on him. Once again, my 38th overall ranked prospect. I'm not going to go as far as giving it a B minus because of the fit, the team fit for San Francisco. You know, like Dallas too. Like I think these teams do need some help stopping the run, and I think that like Mykel Williams makes sense in terms of just what the team needs. So. I'm not going to give it a B minus. I obviously felt more comfortable taking him a little bit later, but I knew the NFL was high on him. This is not a surprise. Where are we? Let me get my edge rushers going here. Mykel Williams. We'll let the commission announce this one.
Commissioner now with that pick. Mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers country.
Yeah, we don't like the 49ers. They've ended too many of our playoff hopes. I've seen it live.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco
Who gave him a C+?
Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
I give it an A+. I thought he was well worth the top 5 pick. I thought he was a top 8 elite talent, so I like it. All right, Mykel Williams, CBS. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes some sense. Mike Renner doesn't really. Mike Renner was not high on Mason Graham. He was part of that crew. Yeah, Mike Renner didn't like that. It didn't bother me. He did fine. Did really good. Extremely well. Mykel Williams, 6'5", 260 pounds. Once again, gave that a B. Very tall, with very long arms and a big wingspan, and you see it He has the best physical profile of any edge in this class. 320 is not small, but he weighed in at like 290. But he weighs more than 290. He had lost weight for the combine because he was planning on participating, but he did not weigh in. 296. He weighed in 296, or between the combine and his pro day, he was like, I think 290 at the combine, and then like 302 at his pro day or something like that. He was listed at 320 in college. Anyway, back to Michael Williams. He had a very good run defender, very powerful in run defense. He's versatile. You can line him up as an edge rusher, but you could kick him in, especially on, late downs. You take some of your big men off the field, put Michael Williams in there, just in case they decide to run it, but he can give you a little pass rush from the interior of the defensive line. Then Dallas Cowboys have made their pick. I thought maybe what's his name had died right on TV. Why can't I think of his name? Very strong hands from Michael Williams. He has leadership abilities that are considered above and beyond. Very, very well recognized for his leadership. His weakness is I'll get back to the 6'3" small too. I actually prefer defensive linemen to be shorter. Let's see what we got here for Dallas.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Second year in a row that I think that they're reaching for an offensive lineman. But this year, the exact opposite of last year. Very safe pick there for Dallas. Not a terrible pick, but I think that's a little high. I would have traded back if I were them. Although, we know that the NFL was pretty high on him. For Michael Williams, negatives there. Production and the grading on him wasn't always the best. His pass rush, not very good. Once again, not very good production out of his pass rush. Doesn't really have a pass rush plan. Didn't get a whole lot of opportunities, though. Let's see if that didn't get a lot of opportunity. I don't remember that. So I think I'll talk about that. There's production involved with taking him high up in the draft I talked about. So, yeah, I do think that, San Francisco's betting on his pass rush getting better. He plays a little bit high. He lacks explosiveness. That was something that really bothered me with his film. Doesn't have the greatest vision. Not the kind of guy who always notices when a play is about to happen, and go and destroy a screen pass over on the other side of the field. He's a developmental prospect, ultimately, and I don't love taking those this high up in the draft. But he does come with a really, really nice floor in terms of his run-stuffing ability. He's a 3-year starter, and yet he still feels raw. Apparently, he played with a nagging injury in 2024, and after finding that out and everything, I did watch his 2023 tape. I did think that his movement skills were better in 2023, that they were hampered in 2024. I still didn't see, the most juice and explosiveness on tape, however. And at the media session, I thought that he looked like he felt very comfortable. He was highly emotive, which I always like that, kind of responding with your facials. It means you're listening and taking things in and just, processing. He had a very thick neck, and he's incredibly smiley. So, those are all good things. Let's bring us on to Dallas Tyler Booker. So I had offensive lineman Tyler Booker. A little bit lower. They're very, very excited there in Dallas. You can never be too mad about drafting an offensive line. Alright, so in terms of 6'3", how is 6'3", 322 small? Oh, okay, you were asking that, I see. Yeah, he's not. He didn't end up coming in at 320 in any of his weigh-ins during the offseason. And 6'3", yeah, exactly. It's not too short. But even if it was too short, I don't mind that along the defensive line. So for Tyler Booker, I have a second-round draft grade on him, straight up. Once again, knew that I'm low on that. He is my... Shoot. Just deleted that. He is my... Sorry, I accidentally deleted my big board. 54th ranked prospect. So, you know, straight up, second round draft grade on that sucker. He is going to get a C. This will be a C grade for me. Maybe even... It's not a C minus. It's not a C plus. Yeah, it's going to be a flat C here. Just a little early for me. Tyler Booker. There we go. 9th ranked offensive lineman for me. It's just too early for me. Not high enough. I mean, really solid floor. You know, part of the issue with him is his mobility, and like part of the grading was just that there's a lot of teams around the NFL that really wouldn't have had him on their board. So I might have held that against him a little too much. But too bad. The grade is in. What happened? Did I just close my offensive linemen's? I did. No, there we go. All right, Tyler Booker. Notes. Guard, 6'4.5", 321 pounds. He's a very good to great pass blocker. He's got great leadership abilities. Those have been lauded all offseason. His attitude / mentality towards the game is something that every GM, owner, and coach wants to hear. His physical, he has physical upside. He's extremely large hands. He's got very long arms, and he's got a very big wingspan. So, I mean, nobody's getting out of his range. It's just the athletic downside. But I will say, I made a new variable, a new measurement this year called, so I just want to make sure this is good. Okay. Called draft radius, which took into account the combination of length and short area quickness. And he graded out fine there. It wasn't a strength of his in terms of the draft radius, but it was fine. It wasn't a negative. So ultimately, his length does make up for his mobility, just in terms of being able to block at least out to a little ways on, you know, what you're asked to do on most plays, especially in a gap scheme. He's got great anchor. He's got great balance. He's not a guy you find on his butt ever. Great power. You know, absorbs very well. For his weaknesses, I don't have a whole lot of weaknesses because, once again, he's a very solid prospect. But he does have major athletic concerns. He had extremely poor acceleration, poor to extremely poor his explosive profile, his jumping numbers, and poor overall speed. He struggles getting outside of the phone booth. You're not going to want to ask him to pull, you know, outside. Not going to want to ask him to run too many outside zone types of runs. He's not going to help you block at the second level, really, ever. And because of all this, he's not the most versatile guy. You're not going to ask him to help you out as a tackle. He's not going to be your backup tackle like a guy like Joe Thuney was. Does that really matter a whole lot at the end of the day? I mean, it's nice to have versatility on the roster, but you definitely don't need it. So, you know, I mean, the C feels a little bit harsh. It's just a little bit early for me. And my grading, once again, can be a little harsh at times, but it's not as bad as it sounds. I mean, for me at least, you know, a C sounds pretty bad. I didn't get too many of them in my life, but it's okay on my grading system. It's not like the end of the world. It's a little bit of a reach. Whatever. It happens. I like this much better than the Tyler Guyton reach last year. We'll just put it like that. Miami Dolphins pick is in. Will they go offensive line? Josh Connerly, will we see him go next? We know offensive linemen go early. There is a need there in Miami. He would be a good fit for them. I think part of it matters how much they trust Josh Connerly as a guard, which actually I don't love him as a guard. Depending on my notes, I would think about giving Connerly a minus to Miami if they did pick him. But I don't know. We'll see where they go. Apparently the Rams were trying to move up to draft Tetero McMillan.
Behind them on the clock.
With the 13th pick in the 2025
Nice pick
NFL
here,
Draft,
coming in.
the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
I love it. He's so good. He's so good. Walter Nolan also would have liked there a lot. So, I know the next pick too. So the number 14 pick, the Colts end up getting who we all thought they would get. Tyler Warren, baby. So, the Colts pick is in as well. Kenneth Grant here. Let's start off there. Going to Miami. There you can see, going to Miami, Kenneth Grant got a first-round grade on him. So this should be an A, right? Yes. This will be an A+. Love him. Tied with Walter Nolan here. I ended up not being able to split the two apart. I did have Walter Nolan ahead of Kenneth Grant a lot of the offseason, but when I was doing my video on him, I talked about it. Like, I got to Kenneth Grant, and I read my write-up on him, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's so good. All right, Kenneth Grant. He's hefty, but he wears the weight well. He's still an incredibly athletic man. Very good to great in run defense. Very good pass rusher. He's got some upper body strength things. He collapses pockets very well. He controls double teams very well. There's a little bit of a question with his upper body strength in terms of, we'll get to that. He easily has the lateral quickness to remain in pursuit along the line of scrimmage. He recognizes the down block and he avoids it regularly. He's got great sideline to sideline range. Remember, this guy's 6'3.5", 342 pounds. He's big, and yet he can help you sideline to sideline. He's got active eyes and hands. He had 8 batted passes in the last 2 years as a starter. That's great. I love seeing that. That's always something that I look for. I don't know. I mean, especially as quarterbacks are getting shorter too in the NFL, that standard has moved down from 6'3" to like 6'2", and I like those guys that are paying attention to the backfield and get their hands up when they've lost. You know, like, you lost the rep. You haven't gotten there quick enough. Now keep your eyes up, look for that pass, and get your hands up. So, I mean, one every other game. I'll take that. He'll help put pressure on the quarterback, but he's not going to get home on a regular basis. He probably gets taken off the field on down and distance types of situations, which is fine. He has some athletic limitations. You see Kenneth Grant's upper body strength show up when playing against the run, but not when rushing the passer, and his athletic testing backed that concern up with his game up. 22 bench reps is a little lower than you would like for anyone, including somebody at his size. And so a lot like Mason Graham. I mean, really good, really stout against the run. Strength shows up there. Pass rush didn't always show up. And he had reported issues with maintaining his weight, and I don't know if that meant putting too much weight or not enough on. I never did hear too much about that. He'll still be 21 when the NFL season begins. He's still young. He's versatile. You can line him up anywhere from the 0 to the 2 tech, so he's kind of an A-gap kind of guy. He to nose tackle, you can line him up as a nose tackle as well. He might do a little bit better, actually, outside of that being head-on with the center, but you can use him there plenty. He played his best game in the most important game of the season against Ohio State, and for his media session, I said he's got a big smile. He's not super warm, but he still has a good smile. He knows ball, and he's very relaxed, kind of go-with-the-flow type of guy. He doesn't come off as like any kind of leader that you're adding to the locker room, but, you know, he'll just kind of hang out. So, I love him. I love really big, but, like, mobile kind of dude. I loved it. Cool combination. Can't find it every day. My 13th overall ranked prospect off of the board there. And my 12th overall prospect taken right behind him in Tyler Warren, tight end. So let's get that grade up here.
In those situations, and that's rare. That's why he reminds me a
Ooh,
little.
we didn't get our Colson Loveland grade.
He's just comfortable no matter what on the football field.
And Travis Kelce was a high school quarterback as well.
How did that
Look
happen?
at those kids at the Tyler Warren draft party. And speaking of kids, this is him in the Little League World series.
I'm gonna need a birth certificate. His birth certificate.
So Colson Loveland should be an A grade.
Everyone
Is a Danny on
I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna go more.
Yeah.
He looks more like Andy Reid in the punt passing.
You guys know darn well when he showed up, his parents just pulled out.
There we go, by the way. And Tyler Warren going to Indianapolis here is going to be an A as well.
Yeah, I know we always want to
Um,
talk about Travis Hunter. Is he a DB?
Not really my guy. Not really my guy. I like him plenty.
Or just what we call football players?
Actually, I mean, I like a lot of what he can do. I liked him more than Colson Loveland. You know what? Because I love the fit as well. Actually, that's going to be the reason. I like getting that one more guy in there as a pass receiver, kind of short range, to just give Anthony Richardson a chance. I think he just needs that last chance. You put a lot of effort and a lot of resources into him. Let's put one more resource into him, because even if it doesn't work, you still got Tyler Warren, so it doesn't matter. In terms, it's not going to be a wasted resource. So, Tyler Warren, a little different than Colson Loveland. Bigger, you would think that would make him more of the inline kind of guy, but honestly, his upside as an inline tight end is less than Colson Loveland. 6'5.5", 256 pounds. A lot of the talk this offseason led you to believe that, he's a traditional tight end. He really is not, even at that weight. And that size still gives you some hope that, he could become that, but there are some limitations to that. So let's talk about that. I wrote that he is good to very good in contested catching ability. So, solid to above solid. Good to very good. Very efficient while he's on the field. That's so true. 2.77 yards per route run. Good hands. Lays down some lumber occasionally when blocking. Has some of those big meme types of blocks. And excellent against both man and zone coverage, so he doesn't struggle against zone like Colson Loveland kind of does. 3-down tight end with versatile alignment ability. He can play in line some. You can use him as a wildcat quarterback. You could use him with a tush push. You could use him as he can pull back and throw as your wildcat. He was a quarterback in high school. He can line up in the slot, and you can, because of his ultimate size, you can line him up out along the boundary as like an X for a play and stuff. Weaknesses, major physical concerns, very, very short arms, extremely small wingspan. So that's one thing with Anthony Richardson's accuracy, not giving him the biggest target, but you are giving him maybe an easy target. Two different things there. And the easy target is because you can manufacture a lot of stuff for Tyler Warren, and we'll see if they do that. His explosive profile was very poor. I saw that show up in his tape some. I did think he could get a little bit clumsy and stumble quite a bit through routes and after the catch and everything like that when transitioning from being a receiver to a runner. His run blocking is not fantastic. He's got good acceleration. His acceleration is not fantastic. His speed to attack the seam effectively isn't very good. Not going to want to send them on just like a fly up the seam as so often. His route tempo, not the best. I think he could do better with blockers in front of him as well. His ability to separate against man coverage, not the best, but he's still pretty good against man. And he's a little unsteady on his feet. Like he gets over his toes, you'll see him stumble. Talked about that. He had a breakout year in 2024, so this isn't something where we saw it over multiple years. He was a former starting quarterback in high school. He's a blue-collar dude, though, ultimately, and that's where you do have some... he's a willing blocker. He's not a great blocker, and I think that those short arms, that extremely small wingspan, will prevent him from ever being like a George Kittle. But I do think that he could be like a Kelsey. Travis. Falcons are on the clock, taking all the time. But let's see if their pick is in. So we got caught up here. Maxwell Harrison, they're showing him. Is he the pick? The NFL high on him.
I gotta tell you, how many times have we done this draft, right? And as we looking on the Falcons draft, there's Arthur Blank, Terry Fontenot, and the rest of the group there, Raheem Morris. How many times have we said Atlanta needs a pass rusher, right?
So that does mean that 2 tight ends went in the top half of this draft. First time ever. Made sense with the weaker draft.
Look who's sitting there, the number 5 guy on your draft board.
Finally, Atlanta's pick is in with like 50 seconds left. They took their time on that. I assume they were trying to trade out. We'll see. Maybe they did trade out.
To me, I think it's value, it's need. It feels very reminiscent of what we just saw with the Colts, where you have a player that's one of the top 5, 6 players in the draft that just happens to be there when you pick at a position of need.
Just make sure there's a driver.
I haven't seen
I didn't think you did it.
Just locating.
It was right there.
a spoiler for this pick posted here yet, unless I missed it. So I do wonder if maybe it was a trade.
Falcons have just gone offense, we know. So last year was just the stunner, right, of the first round that they went quarterback after signing Kirk Cousins to what they signed him to. And now Kirk is the backup, and the rest of the guys are still waiting on a breakout Kyle Pitts season. It looks like they're going to go defense here.
Is it going to be Jalen Walker? That's probably the first mock draft that I did all off season. I don't know if that's the same with the one that I posted. I had them taking, I think, Jalen Walker or Malachi Starks. It was definitely, I mean, it depends about if it's, I know the first one that I ever did, I had them taking Jalen Walker.
Being meant for Atlanta is right there. Here's the opportunity. Exactly. The two best players available fit the specific need of those teams. You don't have to outguess yourself, right? It's right there.
I think actually the first one that I published online, the first one I made a video for was Jahdae Barron, though.
Right now, Terry Fontenot hugging it out, hugs all around. Arizona is
Atlanta pick in.
96 into making their selection.
They're all congratulating each other. Art's on the phone with someone.
The first round. Still haven't gotten another quarterback selected since first overall. Daniel, looks like you want to say something.
I'm just looking at this with Jalen Walker. Not only the best available, it fits, a need that they have. But I think back to Houston. Now,
It's a good fit.
One draft. They got C.J. Stroud. They got Will Anderson. They got great players at positions of need. They were leaders of each side of the ball. This, to me, you get Penix last year. If you come back with Walker this year, let these young guys lead offense and defense of the Atlanta Falcons.
Remember, those guys were being casted
I'm with you, Daniel. I'm preparing Jalen Walker for the pick here.
Here's the latest Falcons first rounder.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker.
I know somebody who's very happy about that. Had an Atlanta fan with us all off season in the comments on my videos. Much appreciated if you're watching this at any point. Congratulations. I believe you get one of your guys that you wanted. Jalen Walker stays in state. It's a great fit. System, everything. This might get a plus from me. Definitely happy. I don't think it's going to get a plus for me. So Jalen Walker is my 20... I just deleted it. 19th overall ranked prospect on the big board. You could see him there. And... there we go. Jalen Walker. Going to Atlanta. Well, let me get over there. And that's going to be... I think that's an A. Right? I have a first round draft grade on him? Yeah. That'll be an A. I don't dislike Jalen Walker at all. Alright. And I think that's a good fit, even if I did dislike him a little bit. So there we go. We'll keep that as a nice flat A for Jalen Walker. 6'1", 243 pounds. Strengths. He's got a good bull rush. He's very athletic. He's got good power. He's got good length for his size. He's loads off of his front foot. He didn't play a whole lot of edge rusher, so you'd love to see him doing that. It looks like Arizona's pick is in. I noticed that he likes to mirror the quarterback, which could be part of why he thrives when standing up compared to having his gloves in the dirt. He's a weapon as a quarterback spy. You can use him in multiple ways. He looks more comfortable rushing from the interior linebacker position than he does from the edge. I thought, at least, he looks like he's pressing when he's on the edge. He has great leadership qualities, are very high. He's a very good pass rush win rate of 17.1%. Weakness, major physical concerns. He is short. He does lack some sand in his pants. He's got very short arms. So there are some major concerns when it comes to his physical size as an edge rusher. As a linebacker, though, also some concerns. Not the best in coverage guy. Not the best quickness as a linebacker. His instincts aren't the best anywhere on defense, really. That's still something very much lacking, but he's been moving around, playing several different positions, and he's very smart, so hopefully that will come with learning, just learning a position more at the next level. And he runs into blockers too often. Just runs right into the blockers instead of getting around them or anything. Which, with his size concerns, you know, once he's locked up in a block, not great. So that's why I wasn't in love with him. He played more as an off-ball linebacker than an edge at Georgia. He was tasked with having to play multiple positions. At the media session at the Combine, I thought that he was very well-spoken. I think that he said that he loves being a chess piece, nickel, star, Sam kind of role. Says that a lot of teams are interested in him being versatile. And I think that Atlanta's one of the teams who could use him like that. He displayed his IQ. I thought he was really well thought out with all of his answers. I thought he killed it. I said that he could probably be a future coach if he wants to be, or maybe even a future guy in the media after his career on the field, which I think will be long and fruitful. I do think that he comes with a good floor because of some of his leadership, IQ qualities, and his play. So, I like Jalen Walker to have a long career. I don't know that, you know, like there's a chance in 2 years that he's called a bust, but then in 4 years he's considered a really good draft, a really good player kind of thing. I would say that that's possible with Jalen Walker. Hopefully not the case. Hopefully he comes out of the, you know, he'll be able to get on the field and play. And I think that he should give you enough that, you know, that hopefully he probably won't be called a bust, I suppose, but that's the fear. All right, there you go. Nice pick for Atlanta. Arizona on the clock. Let's see if we can get ahead of this one then. They're taking their time on it. Cincinnati's on the clock. Arizona, I've done this. I mocked this to them. Makes a lot of sense. They said that they wanted more disruption from along the defensive line, and they just have more of a need along the interior of the defensive line. And so Arizona going to go with Walter Nolan here. And that's going to be an A+. I think he has a great ceiling. There is some concern about him on a down-in and down-out basis, him finding himself on his butt too often. But he's like 20 years old, one of the youngest players in this draft. I think he'll be really good as time goes along. But yeah, you might have to live with a few bumps along the way. Kind of like a Christian Wilkerson, I think maybe kind of career arc would make enough Wilkinson. Well, you know, he didn't come out guns a-blazing, but by the time that he's up for his second contract, he was worth a very, very big second contract. That could be Walter Nolan. Maybe just a little bit like I talked about Jalen Walker, you know, like a slow start, but a strong finish to the first contract. 6'4", 296 pounds. He's a great run defender. He's a very good pass rusher. That's where the concern is at the next level. Will he translate there? It's still a working process, but he's definitely trying to do things. And ultimately, that's how you learn and get better, is you try stuff. So I love that he was trying things. He just needs to create a plan and develop some counter moves when he gets stuffed and gets caught. He has a quick first step, some surprising burst and agility pops at times, a little inconsistent with that. He was able to destroy double teams. He just dismantles double teams that are put against him. I love that. Very strong hands, and he's got the pushback power, you know. If he gets a guy, he really gets him and pushes him back, and that's where, you know, you push him right back into that runner or something and just destroy a play that way. For his weaknesses, he struggles to disengage from blocks at times. I was curious if his arm length might be an issue. It didn't end up being an issue. I never came back and deleted that note, but it was on there as a question mark. His hand placement and his timing, like I just talked about, really strong hands and the power to push back, but sometimes doesn't get there, inconsistent. He allows linemen to get into his paths first too often at this point in his playing career, and that's obviously an issue. Along the offensive defensive line, cornerbacks playing press coverage, being the first to get there to control the rep is what works best, obviously, and a little bit inconsistent with his pad level as well. He'll still be 21 when the season begins. I think, still be 21 when the season begins. So at some point, he's probably turning 22. So he's not the youngest, but he's still quite young, especially these days. He absolutely impressed at the Senior Bowl, but then he ended up pulling out. I thought he got a little bit nicked up at the Senior Bowl. And do I have... there are some character concerns for him from his time at Texas A&M, but much of what came out from his time at Ole Miss had been positive. So a little bit of question marks with the character concern, but that might have, I don't want to say it might have been fixed, but it might have just been a specific issue with a specific coaching staff, and then more recently with a new coaching staff, it was much better. Sometimes that can happen, but obviously still something to be aware of at the very least. He's versatile. You can line him up in several different spots. At the media session, I noted that he had a total baby face on him, so that does, that can tell you where a guy is in their development, even if more so than their age, I think. And he looks like he's 19, 20. So I really think, and he's also got a thick neck, though, to go along with that, one of those thick neck guys, which you like to see along the offensive line. So that tells me that, those strength concerns, him getting pushed back on his butt, some of that, I think will come. I think it will come. I have a lot of faith in him. I really like him quite a bit. I liked him at the podium. He's a little cocky in a good way, I thought, for the most part. I didn't really write anything else about the podium. I just remember that. He's a little arrogant in a good way. If anything, he's just showing trust. He's just saying, things about believing in himself. Let's see here. The pick is in for Cincinnati. Seattle is on the clock. So let's see if I've got Cincinnati's pick here. Multiple personnel evaluators made this comparison. They said that he's got some Jalen Carter in him as a player, among those with the highest upside in the first round. Yeah. That's why I had him. I think he started out as a top 10 player for me. Where did he end up? $14 at the end of the day. Really tied for 13th. So I pushed him back just behind Tyler Warren, Cam Ward eventually. But actually, Tyler Warren jumped him more so than he fell behind him. So, yeah, great pick there from Arizona. Exactly what they need. Exactly what they were looking for. I think they're very, very happy in the building there. Cincinnati. Gray Zabel, Mike Green, Jihad Campbell. A lot of people out of going. They're kind of projecting other issues with current linebackers, though. Jahdae Barron. Could be. I don't think that they need to attack cornerback right here in the first round. Some of these other areas. Derek Harmon, interior defensive lineman, would be a surprise. Donovan Ezeraku. Might make sense. The NFL's high on him. And Mike Green's got those character concerns, which, if he gets past pick 20, that's where I'll say those character concerns have impacted his draft stock for sure. I should take Walter Nolan off of that list. He just got drafted. So I didn't even need to switch screens when I went to look up where I had him ranked. Let's listen to Daniel Jeremiah.
You could add to that stockpile if you wanted to go all the way out for a team like the Giants coming up. I just thought that could make a lot of sense for both parties.
I think that there's a lot of starters on day 2 as well. There's starters in this draft tomorrow and in round 2 and in round 3. So stockpiling in those rounds is not a bad idea.
Okay, not a complete surprise here for Cincinnati. They'll be announcing this soon, so I'll just get a little bit ahead of schedule here. I have made this pick for Cincinnati several times. Oh, hey, that's music. I don't want that on YouTube. Get that out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing playing that kind of stuff? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah, why are you doing that? Why are you trying to do that to me, YouTube? Or...
In the 2025 NFL Draft,
that's probably on purpose.
Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end.
There you go, Shamar Stewart. I had a first, second round grade on him. Edge rusher for Cincinnati. Wow, what a surprise that that's what they did. They had to. Good pick, you know. Position-wise, not the guy I would have taken. I do get them not taking Mike Green. They just took a risk on character last year and it backfired. So this is going to be a B for me for Shamar Stewart. Bit of a developmental prospect yet. Yes, that's a B. 6'5", 281 pounds. There we go. Extremely long wingspan. Just extreme everything for this man in terms of the measurements. Plus athletics. Extremely explosive. Very good acceleration and speed. He had a 10 RAS out of 10, which means that out of every edge rusher that's been measured and done things since 1978 or something like that, Shamar Stewart tested and size-wise had the best size and test comparison. He's got like a Kelly greenish 1990s green carpet colored suit on. Looks good. Does look a little 90s though in terms of that. Maybe 80s carpet that still was around in houses in the 90s that haven't been ripped up yet. We had carpet that color growing up in my household. Let's see. Dominant versus the run, which is good. Gives you that floor early on. That's why I didn't have him as a strict second round draft pick like Michael Williams. The reason I did have a first, second round on him over Michael Williams, however, was the potential with him, with the athletics and everything. He does give you some pass rush versatility, speed to power. Weakness, his pass rush plan. As a pass rusher, just like no production. Really doesn't really know what he's doing as a pass rusher. Not the best at it. He plays very wild. He's not refined. He's raw in his play style. His production wasn't there. I mean, just what it comes down to. He's a multi-sport athlete. He could be versatile if asked, like a Baltimore Ravens fit I wrote here. He received an honorary rep at the end of the Senior Bowl practice on day 1, and he continued to have a good second day, and then I don't know if he was there on the third day. He interviews well. He seems to have a pretty darn good attitude. This is another thing that I liked him personality-wise. It helped me keep him up a little higher on my board. I thought he was very playful, not overly angry or aggressive about things that others might be. Thought he was pretty well-spoken and confident. Had the same experience at the media session at the NFL Combine as I did with his interviews that I had seen him in and other events that he was at. So, yeah, I mean, I just thought Shamar Stewart really showed a lot of poise and everything like that. Maybe a little less crazy than Abdul Carter in his story. Like, I don't think Shamar Stewart would beat up the tow truck man. We'll see. Maybe that'll age like milk. I don't know. You got to have a little bit of crazy, right, to play it in the NFL. So there you go. That was a B grade on Shamar Stewart to Cincinnati. Little high for me, but solid floor, a lot of upside. You get why the NFL was going to draft him probably, well, for sure on day 1, and quite possibly in the top 20. And they did. Seattle's pick is reportedly in. Somebody said Tyler Warren will take the snap when Richardson is gassed. Yeah, I mean, hey, he'll be able to take a couple snaps at Wildcat like I talked about. There will be a props bet out there about who takes the first snap, I assume. There. Oh my gosh. Seattle's done it. Seattle has done it. Good for them. You probably know where this is headed. I'm going to get the grade written up first. The pick is in now. Commissioner's on the podium still, so maybe he's just stake out there. Oh my gosh, Seattle, I knew you had it in you. A lot of people have done this, but a lot of people have done this without thinking it'll actually happen. I think I made this as my mock draft this morning. I did. Made this pick in my mock draft this morning. My morning mock draft's looking pretty good so far overall. A couple guys flipped here and there, but you know. Love it. Love it. It's a great fit. Fits a need. And I love him. A+++, guys. Where are we? Perfect. Perfect pick. You did it right, Seattle. And to everybody who talks smack about Gray Zabel not going in the first round and Gray Zabel being from a small school, you didn't pay attention this offseason, and it was very clear. You didn't watch the guy. You knew nothing about him. You just saw NDSU and you judged him. I made a very, very bold call. I picked 23 for the Green Bay Packers while he was still thought of as a second, third round kind of guy before the Senior Bowl. And then he killed it at the Senior Bowl, killed it every step of the way this entire offseason. What a great pick for Seattle. Like I said, great fit. Fits a need. And I love him. And my guy. I was on him before anybody. I was on a few of these things before, and I say before anybody. Obviously, I can't say that I pay attention to everybody, but I do pay attention to quite a few people who are big in this industry. Not all of them. Gray Zabel. Oh, where are we? 6'6", 314 pounds. He's a great run blocker. He's scheme agnostic, but definitely will work very well in a wide zone blocking scheme as they will be running in Seattle. He's a great pass blocker. Great. These are elite, that means. His grading was elite. He has an excellent explosive profile, and it shows up snap after snap. He drops his weight, and he anchors well. He's got good feet. He is never caught off balance, and he's really good in recovery. He is ultra versatile. He plays with an edge. He's very heavy. Once again, that's good. That's good for these guys. Playing along the offensive line, especially on the interior there. He did have very short arms and short wingspan. Even for a guard, those numbers were fine for a center. I did actually have Gray Zabel listed as a center first, followed by guard. How did they list him as an offensive tackle here on NFL? I'm pretty sure, I don't know what they drafted him as. I assume guard, but he's a guy who I think you'll probably want to let him learn the center position before you try to move him there. And maybe by the time that it comes to that, you've drafted a center that's really good and he's really good at guard and you don't move him. But I assume he'll be like the backup center, starting guard, to start his career, and maybe in 2 years he's the starting center. He has shown improvement each year as a starter. He moved from right tackle to left tackle in 2024. He played center in high school, which is why I made him my center Green Bay pick much earlier on, like I said, in this offseason. He absolutely impressed during Senior Bowl practices in 1-on-1s, 7-on-7s, and the 11-on-11 drills, all of the above. He got the most work at guard and center during those. He received last rep honors day 2 of the Senior Bowl, and he won a highly contested rep. He caught a stray from Jeffrey Bossa about how well he performed at the Senior Bowl during Jeffrey's media session at the NFL Combine, which means Jeffrey Bossa said that he was the toughest offensive lineman that he had. Caught a stray was a good thing in that sense. That was just, I don't know why I worded it like that, but that I do know why, but that was how I was wording it. It kind of sounds bad without knowing what was going on in my head. So, obviously, I think Seattle crushed it with that draft pick. Tampa Bay's pick is in. Will Jihad Campbell's injury prevent him from being the pick here? Will it be one of the edge rushers instead of Jihad Campbell? Let me get... Where are you? Gray Zabel, my 17th overall ranked prospect, off of here. Goes at pick 18, right? 17th. Had him right on. Tampa Bay. The pick is in. Ooh. Some mean words there from Aaron Schatz. Gray Zabel seems like a reach for need and a sign that nobody is looking. That is fine. I love it. I think he's going to be really good. Talk about high floors. I think he's got a really high floor. Okay, I told people this position was a possibility for the Bucks. I thought probably in the second round. I really didn't think in the first round. Specifically, this part of the position. He's a really good receiver. I really wanted to have him higher in my rankings. I did have him much higher in my rankings at times. This is unfortunately not going to get the best grade here. And it's probably not going to get a good grade from a lot of people. But I don't mind this at all. And now I'm wishing I had kept him as a first round draft grade. Let me get it prepped here. Keeping an eye on the stage. In case I don't get to it. Okay. About to reveal it. We are moving on over to the wide receiver position. Second wide receiver, pure wide receiver taken off the board, is Emeka Egbuka to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here at pick 19. To start the offseason, Emeka Egbuka, I had him ranked in the high teens. Maybe as high as like 15 even. I pushed him down. I brought some wide receivers up. I just figured the ceiling to me just felt like a player that I'd rather get at the back end. So, yeah, it's going to be a B+. He's my guy. I really liked Emeka Egbuka a lot. He's very much on this borderline. My 25th overall ranked player here. I have no problem with him going at 19. You know, we're in that portion of the draft where, like, outside of my those top three, Jahdae Barron, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, which is not a complete surprise that these guys haven't been drafted yet. For various reasons, injury, attitude, and positional value between the three of them. Jahdae Barron, positional value, Jihad Campbell, injury, Mike Green, and positional value for Jihad Campbell and Mike Green, off-field stuff. Just not a huge surprise. But, yeah, my 25th overall prospect wide receiver, had him ranked higher than Matthew Golden. Going here, 19 to Tampa Bay. So, I love it. Nobody was talking about the possibility of wide receiver to the Bucs that I know. I was, because I was looking at what they were doing, and I listened to them, and they talked about wanting a wide receiver at the combine. Talked about it wide out in front of everybody. I have the quote. I can quickly find it. Where are you? Combine. I just looked at it earlier today. Combine press notes go to Tampa Bay. Todd Bowles said that their draft interests were edge rusher, cornerbacks, and interior linebackers, and he thought a little bit, and wide receivers. Probably thinking I shouldn't be saying this, but then it just fell out of his mouth anyways. So yeah, they clearly get their guy. I don't hate it. They got 4 good wide receivers there now. I thought it'd be a second round for them. Let's go. All right, Emeka Egbuka, 6'1", 202 pounds. He's a high football IQ player, polished route runner. He's got some inside-outside versatility, although I think of him more so as a slot-only kind of guy, but he can do a little bit vertical. He controls his speed nicely. I always look for that. I love that when guys are tempoing their routes, controlling their speed, catching guys by surprise, ultimately. He is tough over the middle of the field, a very willing run blocker. He just does everything right. He flashes late hands. I love that. That was part of what got me into the first round with him. I really wish I had visited him one last time, because I might have pushed him back up into as a first rounder. But whatever, you make your decisions, you make them. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with the B grade as well to Tampa, because I'm a little surprised that they're going wide receiver in the first round. But great pick, player-wise. One of the best separators in this draft class, I wrote. He was. Technically, forever, not because of his speed or anything. Not a great contested catch receiver, but that's a great thing that he can separate, and he separates without even having his speed. He separates because he's just that good at running his routes. And you would like to see his blocking improve, but he's a very willing blocker, so it'll improve over time with more reps. He's had ups and downs in his career at Ohio State, ultimately, but, there's a long career, some different quarterbacks and everything, some different asks of him in terms of what his actual position was as a wide receiver sometimes. So there we go. B plus Emeka Egbuka. These wide receivers going a little early for me at times, but also okay with it in both situations. All situations if we're going to include Travis Hunter. Denver on the clock. I thought they would draft Emeka Egbuka. He's gone. Tight ends are gone. Interior defensive linemen are basically gone. This might end up being Omarion Hampton. Let me go. So let me get Denver. Jihad Campbell could be on the menu here for them. Cornerback could be. They both available? Yeah, Will Johnson hasn't gone. Cornerback would be possible. Yeah, Derek Harmon, but the injuries and everything, he might be running out. Otherwise, a surprise wide receiver pick, Jaden Higgins to Trey Harris, I think would be their type. A Matthew Golden would be probably a welcome addition style-wise into that, as like a guy who can win in the intermediate and win quickly, and he's fairly quarterback-friendly. Well, in some ways. If the quarterback can time their throws nicely and get that connection with Matthew Golden, it can be great. I mean, like Savone Ravel, I feel like Denver could like him a lot if they were to go cornerback, and it's not Jade or Maxwell Hairston. And they're reportedly actually like Travion Henderson over Omarion Hampton. That was the smoke today. So is that it? Let's see if this is in. Pick is reportedly in. What did I say? It could be a cornerback. I might have to start liking Denver. Alright. I think I'll let the TV do it while I get this ready.
Steelers pick with the Chargers behind them, and then the hometown Packers. That should be quite a moment here in Green Bay. Ian Rappaport, what is happening in the Pittsburgh draft as best you can tell us?
Which all eyes are now on the Pittsburgh Steelers with Shedeur Sanders.
Oh yeah, big pick here.
We know we had a good visit. We know he is now available. We do not know if the Steelers are going to...
I don't think they pick him.
My understanding is, as of yesterday, we're going back and forth. Is the value worth it? Split in the room. We will see what decision they make.
Split in the room. Well, the draft room is about to get...
Are they split about which quarterback they want?
The Steelers are 90 ticks in now.
Yeah, my Jalen Milrow.
Time for the 21st.
That was my deep cut.
Again, they don't have a...
We'll see if that actually doesn't happen. Stop with these songs. They're doing this on purpose.
In the meantime, here comes the commissioner.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes.
I'm going to spoil it on the screen, so don't look
Coming true right now.
if you don't want.
Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled
Pass the
cancer.
running backs.
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
We'll let Sam take this.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
There he is. That's an A+. Easy. Easy A+ for me. I love Jahdae Barron, my 7th overall ranked prospect in this draft class. Not surprised he didn't get taken that high. I was trying to wish it, make it happen. I drafted him up there a few too many times. I couldn't get past how much I liked him when I was doing mock drafts, and I should have moved up. I shouldn't have done it as often as I did. For Jahdae Barron, 5'11", 194 pounds, nice build. Great in coverage, a little short, but fine. Great in coverage, especially zone coverage. His man coverage skills were still very good, but he didn't ask to do it a lot. It's still going to be a bit boom or bust / flag for him when playing in man coverage along the perimeter. I don't know if that's what will be asked of him. I think he's better in the slot. Versatile. He's very versatile. He has proven that he can play along the perimeter or be used in the slot, or he can give you some snaps as a linebacker in some formations, some subs, some whatever formations. And he could even play up at safety for you. He is very good in run support. That's why I think you want him in that slot spot the most, though. He's great play recognition skills, especially around the line of scrimmage, once again, while you want him up there in that nickel slot cornerback role. He does a nice job of getting into the backfield and blowing up plays for big losses, which is something I've talked about. I love that from whatever position, it doesn't matter. I love that ability. He plays an aggressive, physical style of football. He has a very high football IQ. He was asked to do a lot at Texas, a lot of different things, and that's per the head coach, Steve Sarkisian. I have one weakness for him, and that's that he might play a little too physically in coverage for the NFL. Metro, no! Yeah, Jahdae Barron. And so he plays quite physically. He plays on the borderline there. Maybe he'll draw too many flags. Hopefully not. I think he can. He's smart. I think he'll watch it because they just allow more at the college level. His style of play, I wrote, reminds me a lot of L'Jarius Sneed, if you remember early years, and Trevor Sigma liked him to Stephon Gilmore. He played at safety, nickel, and perimeter, like I said. Safety his sophomore year, nickel his junior year, and then perimeter his senior year this last year. He displayed ultra-high levels of maturity at the podium during the media session at the Combine, followed that up by being a leader, inspirer, and helpful of his group mates on the field at the Combine. So he was out there just being a team player, in an environment he didn't have to be, but he was. Jahdae, my beloved Jahdae, I hear ya, Metro. I too, well, like I said, I'm gonna have to start being a fan of Denver now. They've started to amass several players that I liked quite a bit in these last couple of drafts, and so I'm gonna have to start to root for them. And that includes Bo Nix. Because I was like the only person that said there's zero chance that Bo Nix was not drafted to him at pick 12 last year. A lot of people were adamant there's no chance that they would. Just had to think about it last year. It wasn't that hard. Metro, thank you for stopping in. How you doing, man? Been a fun draft. And my UNC player in Hampton is got the Steelers. Go to the Steelers. Worst 2 picks ever. Did you just spoil that for me? You don't even know what you're talking about. Because the Steelers pick is in. And it's not a quarterback. And it's not a running back either. So you're still good. You're still good. I don't think Minnesota's going to take a running back that high. Unless they really like him, though. with 4 picks. It'd be a surprise to me. We still got Aaron Jones. I do think that they wanted to get a running back, but I just, in a deep class with only 4 picks, I think they're trading out. That's Derek Harmon, if you didn't hear it. That's somebody that we picked. I think I was the first one that I recall picking defensive line to them. That was before free agency. So before free agency, everybody was doing cornerback, and I did. I went defensive line for them at that point, but then they didn't address the defensive line at all. Not all of a sudden, people all got on board with them addressing D line. So what are we doing here? So I covered Jahdae Barron. Okay, Derek Harmon. I have a first to second round grade on him. We are just on the borderline, but not quite there here at pick 21. This is going to be a B. Wow, I'm surprised. It always surprised me for... Derek Harmon was somebody I thought could go up as high as like pick 10, 11, really. And so... and I was comfortable with that, so I always felt like I had a first grade on him, but I didn't, and we're good with that. That's going to be a B+, though. I think that's a good pick for Pittsburgh. Fits the last need on their defensive line. They keep that going. A strength is a strength. The Vikings, let's see. Not certain, but it's Arthur Smith. Yeah, right. The Vikings need Will. If not, this draft is rigged against us. Will Johnson? I wouldn't wish cast Will Johnson. He's okay at that point in the draft. Wow, not who I expected them to draft. Yeah, that's pretty common at this point in the offseason. Specifically, I think Derek Harmon to them. They're a smart team, and they want that defense to be a strength. And yeah, I didn't think they would like Shedeur, which I think was the one quarterback that you do take there. So now, I think Minnesota trades back to the New York Giants spot. I think the Giants come up in the Minnesota spot. All right, stick with me, Metro, till then, right? You're here for the good haul. Let's talk a little bit, quick, about how Harmon was the most disrupted defensive line, which is exactly what they needed to add. 6'4.5", 313 pounds, great pass rusher, 17.6% pass rush win rate from the inside of the line, 43 hurries, and 5 sacks in 2024 shows his ability to disrupt the status quo. Very good run back block defender. I have the hiccups. I can't do this. Hold up. 20th overall ranked player. So, you know, the value overall was there for me. He goes at 21. Just give us Will. We need Will. All right, I think maybe I just got him, but I might start talking too quick, but too bad. We got to get to this. Derek Harmon. Very good run defender, displays great gap integrity. So he's a great pass rusher, but also he doesn't overstay his welcome. His play recognition skills are tip top. He disengages from blocks really well, and it makes sense that he does because he has very long arms, elite length arm. Yeah, pretty much elite length arm length. 3 down player. Obviously, great agility. There's no surprise, but he did really well on the run the hoop drill at the combine, which is a drill that tests agility. So, and he looked great at it. Weakness, pad level. Once again, one of those things, you know, ticky tacky. Tight hips. He's a horrific tackler. So it's great that he gets there and gets in position to make plays. You'd like to see him finish more. He can struggle against double teams as well. He is a 3-tech defensive tackle with some nose tackle versatility because of his size. He played his best games of the year in some of the biggest games of the year versus Ohio State, twice against Boise State, against Michigan, and in the season opener. Was one of the best interviewers at the combine out of the front 7 guys as well. Really enjoyed him up at the podium. You guess so? You guess that you were going to stick with me for a little bit? So that was a B plus for Derek Harmon. Like I said, I had him 20th overall. He goes 21st. So obviously, like I'm fine. I'm fine with the pick there. I thought that was a need as well, and you know, close to a my guy. So between those factors, yeah, we'll give him that B plus there. So all these guys, not surprising, getting pluses so far along the defensive line, except for no, that's right. Michael Williams is not a defensive lineman. He's an edge. All right, so we are moving forward. Let me get this up to date there. Chargers at pick 22, followed by my Green Bay Packers coming up. Eek, 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 eek. Green Bay, who do I want you to tick right now? And the off-field stuff does concern me a little bit for Green Bay because they have a really young team. And I don't need a Minnesota Vikings yacht incident for the Green Bay Packers that'll forever tarnish their good Green Bay thing. But some cheerleaders of a team in the playoffs a couple of years ago complained about some of the things that the Green Bay Packers players were saying to them. So I am worried about their maturity level with how young of a team they have. Jahad Campbell, I do think that the Packers are potentially looking for another linebacker. And they've shown a willingness to do it. I did that in a mock draft where I've talked about it for the Packers. Josh Connolly Jr., I think, would be in play here for the Packers coming up. Donovan Izaraku obviously would be fine with that, or Mike Green, though, talent-wise. But ultimately, Jaden Higgins, give me that for Green Bay. Los Angeles Chargers still on the clock. Apparently the pick's not in yet. Cornerback. Could that be on the table here for the Chargers? Matthew Golden, I think people want for them. Like him more than Golden or Burden. Do you think the Chargers still go wide receiver now that Egbuka is gone? I have not really thought that they would go wide receiver with this pick. Cornerback Will Johnson, I think I just did that in a draft. Is that what I did in the draft? Yeah, my mock draft that came out this morning said Will Johnson to the Chargers here. So let's see if Walter Nolan... I have Walter Nolan going to Pittsburgh instead of... what's his face? Where did I have... Looks like I had Derek Harmon for like the only time all year falling out of this draft that I did. I remember doing that, but I must have been on top of the injury news that had been plaguing him. Didn't seem to have affected his draft stock, so must not be anything major. Yeah, so I went Walter Nolan to Pittsburgh. I mean, call it that as a victory in terms of the position drafted there, right? I had Tet going to Denver. The first time that I actually had him fall all offseason, I pretty much, the latest I ever got him to, I think was Arizona at pick 16. 13, 12, 11. Chargers are going to lose their pick if they don't get this thing in. Oh my gosh. Derek Harmon next to Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton is not going to be pleasant for folks. No, it is not. You don't need a quarterback when you got... The pick is in. The Green Bay Packers are on the freaking clock. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I like Aaron Rodgers. Your title player was a good example of the beauty of Green Bay, or maybe Favre, some very kind humans. The best. They don't steal or anything like that. 10 at 8 was crazy, though. I don't think so. I thought he'd go top 12. I didn't really think Carolina was the... I had them as a team that might take him, but Carolina was the team that I thought was the least likely to take him. I thought New Orleans was probably the most likely, and then Chicago like second most likely, but then every team from New Orleans, Jacksonville, every team in the top 10 had a wide receiver need, so like somebody was going to pull the trigger on him. He's just got great size, fluid, you know, you don't see guys moving around that smoothly as he does too often. They're singing a song, so I think I'll just keep this off right now. Taking their time. Green Bay Packers pick is going to be in by the end of this. Did Mel Kiper just list Peyton Manning as a pocket quarterback who fell in the draft? Probably. Good job, Mel. Alright. Yeah. This also makes sense for this pick, obviously. I guess they're happy this guy fell to them. Should I ruin it for you, Metro, or do you want to listen to it on the TV or anything? I can ruin the pick. Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead and slowly grade him. It's being announced this second. The clues are showing up on the TV of who it is. What pick is this? 22. Okay, okay. So this is an A here.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back.
Omarion Hampton. Does go in the first round. I think this was about his last opportunity to go in the first round. One moment.
Field that he can absolutely go. You see the size. He is a big, physical, punishing runner. A lot of times you have to sacrifice with that. You'll get somebody who's maybe a little...
See my grade going up on the screen here. So Los Angeles Chargers get their running back in Omarion Hampton. That is an A. Not really a my guy, but I thought he was worth going in the first round. He does. So, yeah, with Najee Harris bringing him in, I just didn't think they would go running back, but they clearly felt Omarion Hampton was too good to pass up. Probably had a top 10 grade on him or something, because some people did. 6 foot, 221 pounds, elite yak, yards after contact. Built for the NFL. He just looks like an NFL running back. Great size, speed, strength, agility, good enough vision, pass protection, receiving potential, all, above average. Bell cow type of runner, very heavy, 6 foot, once again, 221 pounds. He's great athletic upside as well, good acceleration and long speed, good to very good explosiveness, and he effortlessly, and part of that is, when he explodes through the hole, it's very effortless. He doesn't want to waste time. He doesn't waste time or movement. Every step is purposeful, and he hits the hole quickly. He's efficient. He's very natural, like I talked about before. Like, he's just built to be a running back. He's just a natural running back that you watch him play, and you're like, yeah, that's an NFL running back. He runs 2 upright at times. However, I did notice that he got low through the hole when he needed to. He was just using his height, I think, as a little bit of an advantage to look at the secondary, like right before he gets through the hole, to kind of have a rushing plan. So I actually ended up kind of thinking that probably wasn't a weakness, but I wasn't confident enough to fully remove it. I said he seems to have several different running styles depending on what he's doing and seeing. So, yeah, I thought he kind of just had different running styles depending on the play and everything. A little bit of a lack of wiggle to him was one of my knockbacks, and he tends to scoot up to his highest gear with little to no nuance in his speed. I talk about that a lot. I like guys who are a little bit practical with their speed. They don't show their top gear all the time, and they work their way to it. So that way defenders who take good routes all of a sudden aren't taking a good route because, hey, you know what? You got another gear. My comp was a smaller, more explosive Najee Harris. He could thrive as a cut and go back in a zone blocking scheme. So, yeah, look at that. A smaller, more explosive Najee Harris, and they already got Najee Harris in there in the building, so makes sense that they would have some interest in him there. Well, at least not the Chiefs or another bad team. Well, I do wonder if the Green Bay Packers trade back with the Chiefs here. Wouldn't be surprised there. I actually had my most likely scenario for the Green, which it really is never the most likely scenario, but I went for it this morning, or with my scenarios that come out yesterday. No, it came out this morning. Draft probably came out yesterday. Whatever the case. My final mock draft video where Green Bay's most likely scenario is being to trade back. Still got 4 minutes. The crowd's going. Let's listen to the crowd. Yeah, give us Jaden Higgins, please. Or Trey Harris. I'd be okay with some of the other names, but you know. Who they taking? Somebody I don't want. Well, you know what? Michael Williams and Shamar Stewart are both gone, so that's great.
There are 10 more first-round picks, which means there are 10 more picks that have the fifth-year contractual control.
I mean, if I had to put any money on it, it would be a cornerback. I don't get the best odds because I'm not picking one. Max Harrison-ish.
The night began 2 hours ago with Cam Ward being named the first overall.
But, I mean, like I said, I think Jihad Campbell, possible. An edge rusher, Mike Green or or Donovan Ezraku, definitely possible. I don't think that's the route that they go in the first round here. Josh Connerly, possible. I don't necessarily think, I don't know. Yeah, who knows there. Wide receiver, I think, quite possible. Cornerback, quite possible. Outside of that,
These teams with young quarterbacks in the league that they believe in, they're supporting them in this draft.
I mean, defensive line would be a surprise. They kind of got picked at this point. You know, some people wanted that. Well, you know, we'll see. Forgot Will is still available. He's definitely, I'd say Will Johnson actually would be my odds-on money favorite. Although, those injury concerns really do seem to be pushing him back further in this draft. So he might not go in the first round, was kind of the news. They've made their decision. I gotta find it out. I don't want to cheat on this one. I'm gonna wait till it's announced. It doesn't say the pick is in, but they're all high-fiving in the decision room. The Browns just went from no to yes. Did your Browns trade up? Did Green Bay trade back? I think your Browns would have been very happy to get Omarion Hampton, and might have been trying to trade up for him. So they might have been disappointed in that pick. What are you? I don't know what the no, yes is in reference to. And don't ruin it if it's to the Green Bay Packers pick. I want it announced. They're taking all the clock here. Pick is in. Sanders looking like he will. Oh, you were talking about the Pittsburgh pick there? I don't necessarily know that. I still think somebody's going to trade up ahead of him. I mean, if it gets, maybe they'll be the ones to trade up if it really gets down there to like pick 28 or so. What's up with this camera? Why is it doubled? Looking through glass or something here? Don't be Matt. I shouldn't say don't be Matthew Golden. I'll be fine with that, but not quite the type of wide receiver I want. And I don't think he's a Green Bay wide receiver. But you bring a different element in. That's what they need. Dart as well. Yeah, the Giants might want Dart anyways over Shedeur was kind of the last reporting. I actually do think Shedeur goes to Cleveland. I shouldn't say that. They trade back. I guessed it. Don't ruin anything. What did I guess?
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time.
Who we at? Don't disappoint me.
Please give it up for first team All-Pro
Who would disappoint me?
Bowler,
Josh Simmons.
Super Bowl champion,
Although I would, that would grow on me.
Mark Murphy.
Hey, Shamar Stewart's gone, isn't he? Take that off this list.
Thank you, Roger.
Watch it be like Travion Henderson.
Isn't unbelievable?
James Pierce? Bring that kind of guy in here? Mark Murphy, what up?
Thank you in the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
I'm not going to argue with that.
On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green
Dude,
Bay,
Will would match a lot of like what they look for though,
and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere.
outside of the
It is
athletics.
my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since
And we're trading this pick, by the way, guys.
we're the home team in the NFL.
Yeah, I suppose they were never going to trade out of this because they're at home.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners?
I am.
We also have the best owners in the NFL.
Woo!
And we
It's
also
me.
want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick
It's coming.
in the 2025
Mark.
NFL Draft, the
Carson
13th
Schweichinger.
world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002.
I knew it. I knew they're driving wide receiver, baby. Who is it, baby? Let's go.
Matthew Golden,
It is Golden. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't think they'd like him as much as some of these other guys. But it makes sense. Welcome in, Matthew Golden. He's moved around my rankings a bunch. Oh yeah, look at his outfit. Nice. Oh man, we have an explosive player in our wide receiver core. Let's go. Rams aren't taking a quarterback here. I'm not going to say zero chance because obviously it's possible, but I think Dylan Gabriel later. Round 4 or something maybe. Alright, my 26th overall ranked prospect has been as high as 20-ish, 21 in my rankings. That will be a B grade. What can you do? He's definitely not my guy the last time I watched him, but I do like a lot about him. Let's go, Pack. Go. There it is on the screen. Green Bay with a B. I'm used to giving Green Bay B. It's by 1 pick, or 2 pick. If they made that pick at 25, it'd be an A. He pumping up the crowd. Yeah, see, I think they might like Dylan Gabriel later. We'll let the Minnesota announce pick 2. So Green Bay, Matthew Golden, 5'11", 191 pounds. You know, the Golden, the name with the jersey, it does look pretty good. This is growing on me pretty quickly. I had a couple guys I liked a little bit more than him, but I mean, they were back to back to back in my rankings. Not a whole lot more. All right, 5'11", 191. He's got great athletic upside. Extremely good acceleration. Extremely good speed. Ability to separate at the top of the routes shows. He's a big play threat. Oh, I love it. He can get up. He's good at getting contested catches, and he helps to catch balls that would otherwise be out of his catch radius because he's got such good ups. Flashes his hands late, something I always look for that I like a lot, shows a little bit of nuance, and helps prevent the defender from blocking it at the last second. Really good at ball tracking, made up for a lot of bad throws, which will help our quarterback, Jordan Love, because he does throw some balls up there. He doesn't know Go Pack Go yet? Did he just screw that up? Weakness. Not the best at yards after the catch. Sometimes he gets overly footsie / creative / ankle breaky at the top of the routes and everything like that. Clean that up a little bit, kid. His hands are a bit of a concern. They improved in 2024, though. Earlier today, I almost moved all these wide receivers into being... No, I didn't. Never mind. And he's average at blocking, which was where I didn't think that they would like him a whole lot. They like guys who can block. He's not really much of that, but they realized they needed some electricity. prototypical Z receiver, worked from the perimeter the most in college, but he can drop into the slot too. All right. Sanders gets picked at 255. Minnesota pick, not yet. Pick is in. Yeah, teams are not... I said there'd be a record number of trades in this draft. Fewest, most likely. And that seems to be the case here. So far. Might get 2 trades in this draft.
Man, I want to get back to my grandma. You know, we lost our property a couple of years ago, and I just want to get back to my family, man. You know, they did so much for me.
Hurricane?
They put me in this position, so all I can do is get back to them.
They love you for that, and you got a whole lot of new family here today.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, welcome to Green Bay, mother...
Brian Gutekunst on my show yesterday. The guest after him is Matthew Golden. And then when Gutekunst got up out of the chair and Golden walked over to it, they
Trey Amos,
they met each other.
Will,
It wasn't their first time meeting.
Savone Revel.
At the time,
Could all make some sense.
the 24 hours later, the first
D tackles are gone, so they're not going to go that route. The running back that you think they might have been willing to take on, so not going to do that. Edge rushers, probably not, right? They got a lot invested in that room. That would make enough sense. Sanders and Judkins. Wouldn't be shocked. This pick is in. Yes. Not a huge surprise. You need help here.
Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
The Packers cheered. I'm pretty sure that was a lot of Packers fans also cheering. Like, okay, you took a guard. It's not a bad pick. I don't think it's going to get a great grade, but I can talk to you about him. All right, let me turn that down for a little bit. I can talk to you about him. He's a good pick. It's a good safe pick. It's a place in need. I'm not the highest on him. You know, I thought he's more of a second-round pick, but it's a nice safe pick at an area of need, and in the draft like this, makes enough sense. All right. Giants traded up. Yeah. There it is. But it still might be Jackson Dart. You don't know for sure yet on that. With Houston? Did Houston move back? Yep. Love Jackson, the Ohio State. Yeah, see, Metro, you got a Jackson fan here. Well, don't ruin it in chat before I do. That's all right. All right, Donovan Jackson, guard, 6'3.5", 315 pounds. He's good to very good run blocker, scheme agnostic, but he thrives in zone. So he's going to be a nice fit there in Minnesota. Very physical guy, physical upside, extremely large hands, extremely large wingspan, very long arms. He latches onto targets well, and he doesn't really let go once he's got him. He absorbs power rushes incredibly well. He's a better mover than his athletic profile would suggest. He's a smooth mover, especially for a guy his size. Great football IQ. Pass blocking could be a concern for him, so hopefully that won't be. Heavy feet do show up in his tackle tape. I think he sticks as a guard. And that's where the need is, and that's what it's showing here that he was drafted as. His punch timing can be a little bit inconsistent, and he is reactive instead of being proactive as a rusher, as a blocker. So maybe a little bit of instincts are lacked there, but he's just such a stalwart in the middle of your defense there that you're going to be getting in Minnesota. So you like that. He's my 44th overall ranked prospect. I have what grade do I have on him? I think it's just a straight second round grade on him, I believe. Yeah, I actually had him ahead of Tyler Booker. Probably back to back in my overall rankings, but did have him a spot ahead of Booker because of his mobility. Surprised I didn't have him tied. But yeah, Booker, Minnesota. Gonna be at pick 24. That's gonna be a B. Or is that a C, maybe? Might be a C. Grade, yeah. Almost a B. One spot away. Not a my guy. Definitely don't hate it either. So, that is a C, Minnesota. I'm sorry. But hey, I just got a B for my Green Bay Packers, you know. We're at that point in the draft where these teams are going to be taking guys that are going to be a little bit lower. So this would be fun. A little more variety to my grades. Overall, though, fits a nice... it is a need fit. Do I like that enough to give it a C+? Nah. Not your Vikings. Okay. Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, still available. Injury, attitude, off-field concerns. Killing them. Otherwise, pretty in line so far with my board. The overall board there. So New York Giants obviously trading up for a quarterback, so we'll get that ready. I knew wide receiver was going to be the pick, baby. Everybody said they wouldn't. I said, yeah, they will, baby. They did. Grow up. Oh, the Green Bay Packers never take a wide receiver. Look, 20 drafts is not a good sample size. 40 is. But then you're looking at multiple different people who are running the franchise. So then it's not a good sample size because it's different people making the decisions. It's just, there's no good sample size to say a team will not do something in the NFL. It doesn't exist. There's not a long enough time period. These things don't happen off enough year after year. It's not a sample size to make any kind of bets on. Who is it going to be? Shedeur? Jackson? I think it's Shedeur. I said my very first mock draft that I put out, I said specifically, I think one way or the other, the New York Giants end up with Shedeur Sanders. I also said in some later mock drafts that I think that they might prefer Jackson Dart, so we'll see which one wins out. The news this morning was Jackson Dart is the guy over Shedeur. So I'm going to prepare Jackson Dart here, because some of the news that was coming out this morning has been very accurate. What did I do with my... Where did I have them moving up to? Pick 26? And that was a mistake. No, it was not. Well, kind of. I meant to have Shedeur Sanders move up at pick 24 to New York. So I made my bet on Shedeur Sanders, but then this morning that information came out. I would change that to Jackson Dart. New York wants Jackson Dart. This guy does, at least. So the quote that came out this morning was very much exactly what I had said about why Brian Daboll might like Jackson Dart more. Is that there are elements of his game that might remind him of what he did in Buffalo with Josh Allen. And that is exactly what the news report was. So I'm going to have to go find that clip if this ends up being the pick here. Called this months ago. I don't know if I called it over.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
The Sanders family has been humbled. Drop the mic. I don't even hate Shedeur. I don't hate him. I don't hate them. But they have been humbled. New York loved Shedeur. They put a lot of effort into that thing. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a B for Jackson Dart. And I wouldn't call him a my guy. All right. Just made it into B territory there for Jackson Dart here at pick 25. He's athletic. He's got some dual threat ability to him. He's not ultra athletic, but he's athletic enough. He does bring athleticism to the table. We had generational talent at our grasp, and we let it all of them slip. Metro. You didn't like it. Were you here? I talked about it, Metro, if you want to rewind a little ways. We had Green, Will, Starks, and we take some random player. Oh, he's not random. I did give it a C, but you were like 2 picks away from it being a B. You know, it was a little high for me, but if it's a need and he's a good player, high floor, you're good. He's a really good player, and he has some tackle versatility as well. Jackson Dart, arm talent. He's got some distance on his balls. He doesn't have the best deep ball, but he can throw it just fine, in my opinion. It's kind of like the conversation about Shedeur Sanders and his arm strength. It's similar to that. He can locate the ball pretty nicely. He's pretty good working off a platform. He's got a little bit of drive to his ball, I think. He's pretty tough. I know it's not an effortless drive, is what people say about his arm that see him up close throwing. Is the thing, but I still had that written down. And he's tough physically and mentally. Weakness, doesn't do so well with pressure, does get sacked quite a bit. 19.2 pressure to sack conversion rate, 2.8% turnover rate, turnover worthy play rate, so a little sloppy with the ball. Some of these, once again, some of these things that might be reminding you of Josh Allen's profile when he came out. Not the most experienced. He's inconsistent. Makes sense with his experience. He misses some of those leg up throws, and then he wows you with the next play with some sort of off platform thing. A lot of Shedeur Sanders in him as well. Doesn't get past his primary read enough. He forces the balls, the throws too often. Lack of anticipation. A lot of stuff that can be fixed. A lot of mechanical issues too with them that I didn't write down here. Once again, that Dable can fix. Like, that's what Dable does. So that's why a while back I actually said that Jackson Dart might be the preferred pick in New York. And that came out again this morning and seems to be true. 2.77% average time to throw. Not great, not bad. Will have to sit to start his career. I wrote, I think he'll have the opportunity in New York to sit for some time. My plan for them was to... Ooh, Atlanta moved up to pick 26. Atlanta, getting spicy. Aren't they a team who didn't have a lot of trade? Jihad Campbell? They already got Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell, edge rusher. Oh, they already got their edge rusher, right? Depends what they think. And I said that I liked Jackson Dart's deep ball. I thought it looked really nice. Other people have said opposite things. Rams trade to the Falcons. Thank you, Lord. Will Johnson to Atlanta. Okay, you're thinking it's Will Johnson. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, we're all caught up there. Oh, yeah, there's one of the guys I missed. And it was an edge rusher. I knew this should have been an opportunity here, so yeah, love it. Love this for Atlanta. Let's listen to this one. Well, I don't know about love, but I get it. It's a bold move.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
So the team that needed pass rush is now
There he goes.
this evening.
We begged them for years, just take a pass rusher in the first round. They never did it. Now they decided to double down.
So, it's going to be a B for me.
Explosive athlete. Leonard Floyd is the body type. You see the height. You see how...
I am in agreement with the league and the concerns. But I also understood that he'd probably go at the back end of the second round. And Atlanta got aggressive here. Wow. Atlanta comes up B. I'm going to go B- on that one. I am seriously concerned about him flailing out of the league within 3 years. But also, a whole heck of a lot of upside with this. So, you got to get excited about it if you are an Atlanta Falcons fan. He is my overall. I'm pretty low on him overall. Because of that concern. Where are you? 47th overall ranked prospect. That's right. Had him lower than those two guards. Yeah, they're talking about him being a designated pass rusher. I think that he can do more than that pretty quickly. You can put some weight on him, but I think he added a bunch of weight. 245, 6'5", 245. So I think he added a bunch of weight this offseason. He's tall, extremely good acceleration and speed, good leverage, finesse player, but also can do some speed to power stuff. He has already and needs to continue to add more power to his game. But like I said, he's already added more power to his game, so you saw that year after year growth, and that one part of his game that really needs to be there the most, he was already adding to that. He can drop back into coverage, so nice fit there for Atlanta with that. He plays the run well, great in pursuit, keeps his eyes on the backfield nicely. A really high motor guy. He doesn't give up on plays. Like I said, I mean, on Sundays, plays really hard. Just, he hasn't put in the homework up to this point between Saturday and the next Saturday. He doesn't study the position. He's not a student of the game, so to speak, from what I could gather, which could be incorrect. And sometimes, you know, people change. And that was college. He could say, well, this is my career now, and he bucks up and starts watching tape more and all that good stuff as well. He is extremely slender, which is why you think DPR first. His explosiveness is questionable, despite the fact that he's got some good athletics going for him, good acceleration. It's the specific explosiveness isn't the best. Per note about rotation, can he play every down? Is he durable enough to hold up? It looks like he's going to get a chance in Atlanta to at least build up to that. His power profile, once again, is a little bit questionable. Ability to set the edge against the run doesn't really exist at this point in time. His position IQ, his rush plan, those two don't exist. He does rely on his athleticism and his traits to win compared to just understanding the position and having a great pass rush plan. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second here. He was part of a heavy rotation in Tennessee along the defensive line. That's where some of those durability questions come in, but once again, that really doesn't concern me too much. It would be more so the weight than the fact that he was a part of a heavy rotation in Tennessee. There were some character concerns raised about him from an anonymous source on an AFC team. Without any specifics being said, best word is that teams are mixed on him. I'm hearing some more concerns about his mentality. These were note after note throughout the offseason that I took, even more and more now after the Combine. Going back to at the Combine, at the media session, I said that I began by saying, like, I didn't have anything specific, any tangible concerns about him. Obviously, my senses were heightened. I was trying to listen to him very closely. And then later on, I wrote that I had spoken too soon. He said that he didn't have anyone's game, that he modeled his game after, which I thought was very weird, that you don't watch tape, you don't study experts, can't even fake it, like, and just say a name of somebody that was excellent at your position who maybe had a similar game style, because that's what that question is for, and everybody else always has an answer for it, because most of them do study the game. I don't think that he does, based on the fact that he didn't have an answer to that question at all. So that's where my questions about him being a student of the game really rose, and at that point I didn't know what those character concerns were, and after that it became pretty clear that I was on the right trail of what the concerns were. And I said that I didn't even know if he liked football based on his media session. Like, I don't know, does he just play it for the money? It's okay to do that. It's just all these things build up. I would rather get you late first at the very least. But to me, I'd rather get you in the second if I meet with you and those concerns are still really high up. It's believed he might make it into the third round at one point. That was the word, but that didn't last for too long. If Sanders goes to the Browns at 33, what would you grade it? Sanders at 33 would be an A. Yeah. I have a first, second round draft grade on him. Personally, I think I feel more comfortable with him in the second than the late first, but either way, it's an A. It doesn't matter based on my system. So it'd be an A for me. Did I get James Pierce off the board? I did. So there's James Pierce, really, really good on-field player. Jackson Dart went to New York before that. Very exciting, humbling for the Sander family. Metro is in recovery. Sorry, Metro, that your first round didn't go like you wanted it to. 3 more picks, though, to make up for that, hopefully. Hopefully more. Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that they, with it being Donovan Jackson, I feel like, I don't know. I mean, the tier drop off at guard after Donovan Jackson is believed to exist and does exist in my rankings as well. I'm correct on that. Trying to think. Well, I have Tate Ratledge not too far behind. And then I think Jonas Avenilla is not too far behind that. And a lot of people like Jonas Avenilla more than Tate. Ravens have made their selection. Yep, not a huge surprise there. Look at that. Malachi Starks going to the Ravens. And that gets an A. Not a mine guy. Actually might even be an A-. Should I do that to Malachi? I do like him. But I'm like... This is why the minuses don't work for me. But it's like, you're drafting him where I think you should draft him. So, why would I penalize you for that? That's an A. A-. We'll give it borderline there. There we go. That's a good compromise. A- to Malachi Starks for Baltimore. Great, nice fit. Some athletic concerns for him. And to me, I see those athletic concerns show up on tape. Let me find my safeties. One more. Here we go. Malachi Starks. So like I said, I had a first, second round draft grade on him. I think this is fine. Malachi, where are you? There we go. 6'1", 197 pounds, coming out of Georgia. He does a nice job of locating the ball in the backfield. He's a physical, very good tackler. 8.1% miss rate, nice and low. Very good tackler. He has high football IQ. He's versatile in coverage. He can play at the second or third level if asked. He can make plays sideline to sideline, up top or behind the line of scrimmage. He can make plays all over the place, so you like that playmaker. Especially with the fit here to Baltimore. You know what? Because of the fit, I just give this an A. He plays with a lot of energy and intensity. He has good play recognition. And he is recognized for having good leadership abilities, which is always a plus. He was a team captain on Georgia as a junior. Always says good things about character. Major athletic issues, extremely poor quickness and agility. His acceleration is okay. And I thought that showed up on tape. He is very slender. He could improve in coverage. His run stopping is mostly cleanup duty from what I saw. That was one of the bigger concerns for me. A lot of his production was, to me, once again, in cleanup duty. He wasn't like the first one there. It's other guys were there, and then making a guy move around, and then he cleans up the play. His blitz ability is a bit of an unknown. And he had an inconsistent 2024 season. I do think, he's young. There's development for him in a good way. And that, with everything being asked of him, yeah, he might have been overwhelmed at times. And that could have been a portion of his inconsistent play. The Detroit Lions pick is in. I'm going to see if we can't get ahead of the curve again with that. By the way, 5.29 RAS for Malachi Starks. So, like I said, major athletic concerns. I mean, that you don't see too many guys with that low of RASs go in the draft. And he tested in almost everything. I had a complete grade on him for my athletics. I didn't care about the broad or bench for him. So typical Ravens pick. A lot of people think that, he fell, Ravens get him. He went right where I thought he should go, really. So, good pick. Joe Thomas just announced he will announce pick 33 for the Browns tomorrow. Ooh. Maybe they'll go offensive line. Josh Connerly? You could use some offensive line. And you got that first round pick next year, so you'll be in position to make a move for wide receiver. For quarterback next year if you don't do much this year. Joe Thomas, ex-Wisconsin. Little surprised Josh Connolly did not end up going yet. I don't think Josh Simmons goes tonight. But it would make sense. Like, the Lions, they don't have an immediate need, so it could make sense for them. Really, any of these teams at this point, if they were to take him, it's, you know, he'll have some time to get healthier, but I'm concerned that he could never get back to full health. That knee. Oh, Josh Simmons at 33? I would hope not if I was you personally. But, I mean, I do have a first, second round draft grade on it, but that's, like, me not counting the medicals against him too harshly. Malachi's ready. I like his suit. That's nice collar. Kind of light purpley pink there. Looks good. Color royalty, baby. Detroit Lions? Alright. I'm pretty sure the pick's in. About to spoil this. Nope, not yet. Ariante Ursary could be a surprise pick for Detroit. They're happy. Happy in Detroit. It's a fit. That will be a B for me. Do I want to give it a B minus? I'll give it a minus because I don't hand out minuses too much, and I got to be a little bit more handing out all these pluses. I got to be a little more willing. But that's one that I could take the minus away down the road. I could be like, why did I do that? I might even right after we talk about Tyreek. So, Tyreek Williams going to Detroit. Fit for Detroit, I would say. It makes sense. My 50th ranked prospect, but you know, in that B range, I mean, there's just a lot of guys who into the second makes sense to draft. Yeah, he's a dog. Yeah, he is solid. Great in run defense, elite run defender. 6'3", 334 pounds. He's hefty. He's a big boy. Nose tackle. He plays with a lot of energy and power. He can control any blocker on any given down. He's got violent hands. Hand club drill. He showed off those at the combine. His pass rush upside is there because of some athleticism that he does have. His power came through in combine drills, and although he wasn't smooth, he was decently smooth for a man of his size. He's got good footwork and change of direction ability. Showed that on the 4-bag drill, and then he showed off some good change of direction in the run the hoop drill. So, showed off a lot of good things I felt at the combine. I had moved him up at the combine, and then I kind of moved him back at times. If I had revisited this, maybe I would have been a little bit higher on him again, but he is unreliable as a pass rusher. I think there are, once again, enough athletics to help that pass rush upside, but also I don't know that ever gets fully realized. He's inconsistent. He puts himself in bad situations off of the snap. He's able to recover from them because of his size and strength and everything, but he does get himself into bad situations, which could get worse at the next level. He's not really a high IQ player. Doesn't have that going for him. You always hear about these high IQ players. He's not like a super high IQ player, in my opinion. I feel like he controls his blocks with his power more so than he actually disengages when blocked. So just some concerns about how everything for him will translate at the next level when all of a sudden you're playing bigger, stronger, more intelligent, more technical guys on every down. He could just be average is my concern for him. He's a versatile nose tackle. You can line him up anywhere because he does have enough athleticism. So on if you end up having a different guy you want to play at your nose tackle for whatever reason, you could move him out. Probably, I think most teams you'll stick at nose tackle most downs. But I mean, I don't know, special teams, whatever. He's got some athleticism. You could probably pitch in there on like block punts and everything, and then on just running only situations. I don't know if you got a bigger guy than him even that you wanted to put at nose tackle. You can move him over a little bit, and he can give you some good reps there. Received some love from several others at the podium at the stadium. Yeah, lots of offensive linemen and other Ohio State guys and everything were giving him call-outs at the podium. So, did hear his name several times from other players, which is impressive. Next, Gordon to Washington. It wouldn't be my money bet, but it's definitely possible. The Mike Green stuff does seem to have pushed teams back on him enough. I had heard that teams were kind of okay with it. I assumed that meant probably by now. Not to be. James Pierce went over him. I mean, James Pierce, they're not, sexual assault allegations, so it's understandable. We'll see how far this stuff hurts Mike Green. And, we'll see. Like I said, I didn't really want my Green Bay Packers to take him because it's a bunch of immature dudes, and if there is any truth to those allegations, I don't want to add that into the locker room. Could be a bad influence on others. And then, like I said at the time, you get a Vikings yacht situation, which is never good. $11:20. We've got 4 picks left here before the end of the draft. This makes some good sense. So I think Washington's going to be kicking a player to a different position, current starter. They just must have had a good grade on this player. Makes enough sense. I will get this set. Did I ever show you the Tyleik Williams? By the way, Tyleik Williams, I gave him a B- there for Detroit. And safety, I don't think we got to that. So that was an A to Baltimore. Had it as an A- for a little bit. And it's spoiled on the screen there. Offensive lineman Josh Conerly going to Washington. I think that makes plenty of sense. Do I keep skipping over offensive line? Nope. All right. Josh Conerly is my 21st overall ranked player. I have a first/second round grade on him. He can get an A. Was he a my guy? Not quite. I was pretty high up on him, obviously. 21. But I wouldn't say he's a my guy. I like him a lot. Going to Washington. Well, they could see him as a guard. What did they announce him as? Tackle. Yeah, I think they've got a tackle on their roster that might make sense to kick into guard. What is going on? Speak of Green. Buffalo? They could use that. Did he go there? I'm just going to move on over to edge rushers, assuming your speak of Green means something, unless they're talking about him on TV. Oh, they were showing the Mike Green, Josh Conerly clip. Yeah. I'm sure that's what that was in reference to from the Senior Bowl. So Josh Conerly, Washington gets a good one. They continue to make good decisions there and protect their quarterback. You can't complain. He's fine. He was playing on the wrong side of the ball and in at the guard position. And I think he took a misstep at the beginning of that rep. If you watch him, I think he sets up like he's from the left side, so he takes the wrong step with his feet. And then he kind of like steps up thinking like I just screwed up, the rep's over, whatever, and he gets blown up like in the middle of all that. It all happens very quickly, but that was kind of my take on that, was that he just used his footing like he was playing from the left side, even though he was playing from the right side, and it screwed everything up. And then he got like upright, but he does get a little too upright sometimes. So maybe maybe he just got caught. And it didn't have anything to do with the fact that he was playing outside of his natural position, where he'd been used to playing for the last 3 years. So nice pick there for Washington. Maybe I should freaking A. Where are you? Offensive lineman, Josh Connerly. What do I got written on him? 6'4.5", 312 pounds. Very good to great pass blocker. Very good run blocker. Very good in zone. Good in gap. So better in zone. Athletic upside. Extremely explosive. He explodes out of his stance. And that's where maybe he can get a little too upright. Get a little too explosive. Very good acceleration. Light feet. Mirror ability is fantastic. Once again, I mean, he has all the makings to be a fantastic, best tackle in this class, possibly. He dictates the block nicely, too. He needs to get bigger in the butt, kind of a small-butted guy. He lacks anchor, and this showed up multiple times during the Senior Bowl, speaking of that rep we were just talking about, too. But it showed up other times, too. He's not great at holding his block. He does have to control the block for longer, and he struggles against power rushes. Yeah. Which makes sense with his profile, you know. I think that he's limited to the left side of the line, I wrote, so that's in response to how I read that route. Basketball player who used to play running back. He's newer to the position as a young player, a 2-year starter. Sorry, 2 years. Year-over-year growth, though, has been fantastic. Largely did well at the Senior Bowl, but he did struggle as he was tested across the offensive line, left guard, right tackle. Starting left tackle past 2 years at Oregon. So I think that he becomes their starting left tackle in Washington, if I had to take a guess. I think we might be going edge rusher here, with Donovan Ezeraku and Mike Green still available. Probably Ezeraku. Otherwise, wide receiver, Jaden Higgins could make some sense. That would be like the surprise pick. Cornerback, of course. Trey Amos. Max Harrison could make sense for the scheme. And Savone Ravel could make sense if they wanted to bring somebody in that has better man skills, because that is something that they really don't have. It's somebody that you can just sick on a guy and ask him to shut him down. And Savone Ravel does have that ability. So they could go any route there at cornerback. That's where my money would be. My dark horse would be wide receiver, and edge rusher would make enough sense too, because they need a designated pass rusher, and both the guys that are left can do that for you. Question is, do you want to bring in Mike Green? All the off-field stuff, but, you know, feel like the value's too good? Let's find out.
So here comes the commissioner with the Bills pick and another special guest with him. The Chiefs are on the clock right now, and we're about to hear the Bills selection here in Green Bay.
The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight,
Tommy using his...
opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick
Looks young.
for his favorite team. Tommy.
He looks younger in that photo than he does here. Tommy jacking up the crowd. Let's go.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. He's a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills.
I keep forgetting that he's still around.
There we go.
I'm going to let Tommy announce this one.
Let's go Buffalo!
You had it wrong in chat there. Got to watch your sources.
With the 30th pick in the 2025
What did I say, Max?
the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Told you his system fit. There it is. Max Harrison going to Buffalo.
He's in the green room. We're going to see him shortly. Meanwhile, before you guys jump into this young man and what he can bring to Western New York,
And that's going to be a B. Not quite a my guy. Close. No, that's an A. What am I thinking? Did I do that right with... Who's the last person I graded? Josh Connerly? Yeah, I gave him an A. Okay, we're good. Malachi Starks? Yep, gave him an A. Alright. So, cornerback. Max Harrison, speedy, fast. 999 RAS or something. Alright. They did. They want to make sure nobody jumped him. For an edge rusher, I assume? Very interesting. Eagles, yeah, or Azraku. Or Ariete Ursary. Or cornerback, Savon Ravel would be my biggest guess for them. So Kansas City falls to 32. All right, Max Harrison. Here we go. Yeah, fast and explosive is right. 5'11", 181 pounds. Great ball skills. 5 interceptions in 2023. Good football IQ. Good instincts. He's great in zone coverage. He's very good in man coverage. Very nice click and close ability, so that's great for zone coverage most of all. He's a good tackler. He's got quick feet and quick hips. He lacks a little sand in his pants. His footwork / his mechanics is a little inconsistent. I wouldn't call him wild. He's just not technically pure. He could use some coaching up with his technique, and his play strength isn't the best. You know, he's a speedy, once again, I would say zone corner. I think he can kind of get pushed around in man coverage. Strong day 1 at the Senior Bowl practices. Received last rep honors on day 2, so he impressed throughout this summer on the field and in drills. Shoulder injury in 2024 caused him to miss time, but he came back for the final 3 games of the season. He also missed all but 4 games in 2022. So you see his slight frame, slight size has come up with his injury concerns, and that is part of what limited how excited I would get about Maxwell Harrison in terms of my grading on him. So sticks as a first, second round draft pick for me. Very good overall. I've had him as high as like 22 at one point, but then I did end up downgrading him, and ultimately he ends up as I had him higher than Will Johnson by 1 spot. 35th overall ranked prospect. Is he in the top 10 on screen? Probably not quite. So yeah, just outside of the top 10 available, but definitely not a bad pick. Like I said, 35th overall prospect. In this draft, I picked 30. Fine. Very fine. And I've got guys like Jaden Higgins and Trey Harris ranked higher than him, which is, you know, we were pretty sure not how the NFL felt. Which is why I thought that was the only inkling that I thought maybe Green Bay wouldn't. Captain Jack Sparrow? Captain Jack... The drink? That's not Captain Jack. So I guess I was right all along on Will Johnson, who I was 36th ranked prospect. Finally, the other night, I said, you know what? You watched him. You thought he was a late first, early second. Let's do it. Let's push him back. I also might be getting an assist from some injury news that came out on him. That's possible. Not injury news that came out on him, but we are aware as of recent that there was some injury stuff that might have caused him to go even lower in the draft. Although I've had an injury concern on him all off season. You can see that right there, that light red color over Will Johnson, that highlighting meant injury concern. Not a major injury concern, but just that there was one. Captain Jack Sawyer, I don't think he's going in the first round. I think JTT is probably also going ahead of him. We'll see, but I don't think he's going in the first. If he had done athletic testing and done well, it would be a different story, but he didn't do athletic testing, and the only assumption from that is because what you see on film is true, and he's not a great athlete. And athleticism is important, you know, at the edge rusher position if you're going to be a game changer, which is really what you're looking for this early in the draft from an edge rusher. So it looks like I was also correct on Donovan Izaraku. Yeah, he's one of those guys that kind of got convinced to push him up, but also, like, there was a lot to like about him. But my issue with him was just that he was kind of one of those designated pass rushers for, like, I said probably his first year. And he's not as explosive as a guy like James Pierce Jr. is. So to me, that was a little bit of a why I originally had him lower. I didn't change my grade on him, but I did move him up. And I think I got talked into that. That's what I'm going to say. But I did rewatch everybody, you know. Every year I get more confident. My comp for Jihad Campbell was Zach Bond. Oh, does that mean he went? Oh my god, Philly. You freaking jerks. Nice pick. Philadelphia went Jack Campbell. Jihad Campbell. I'm going to start grading that. We'll listen in. Jihad Campbell's my 8th overall ranked prospect. Injuries pushed him down the board. Philadelphia had enough of it. They wanted that 5th year on him. They move up a spot. They've got a guy that's injured early season, too, you know. At linebacker. Although Jihad Campbell might miss some time, too. First round's over. Cleveland's on the clock. Cincinnati also made their pick. Alright, I had a first round draft grade on Jihad Campbell, so this is going to be an S tier pick, right? Yep. That's why you moved up one spot to pick him. It's an S+.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
It's just a steal. They went right into Fort Knox here. Right into Fort Knox, and they took it. Took all the money. Jihad Campbell, S+ tier pick here for me. I freaking love him. I guess you can never have enough linebackers in Philadelphia. You know, they've done so well building a team. They don't really have holes. That affords you the luxury to be able to make this kind of pick, and it'd be absolutely fine. You got a great, great player. It'll all work out. Injuries happen, etc., etc. You can find new homes for players if you have to. I mean, it doesn't matter. So, and maybe he doesn't pan out himself. But as you can see, major injury concern for him, shoulder surgeries, and I think a knee medical came up as well. All right. Let's cover that real quick here. Talked about it, right? Jihad Campbell, S tier, 6'3", 235 pounds. Very good to great in coverage. Good zone instincts. You can tell Philadelphia is a lot like me, and they really value good coverage linebackers. Very good to great run, great tackler, very good run defender, good to very good pass rusher. He can do it all at a worst at a good level. Good eye discipline, good back pedal, versatility to line up as an edge rusher. He was originally an edge rusher, actually, when he came to Alabama. That's where he played at. And they just had too many edge rushers, so he learned to be a linebacker. He's got great leadership abilities. They're lauded by his coaching staff. He's a plus athlete with excellent acceleration ability, and that shows up on tape. Inconsistent from one week to the next was a concern of his that I had. He was asked to do a lot of stuff, however, a lot of different things week in and week out, and that can also impact how your PFF grading comes out and everything like that. So, he's being asked to do a lot of different things week in and week out. Sometimes it went better than other weeks. He gets washed up against the run sometimes. He plays a little bit high. Liked him to... that not to happen so much from the linebacker position. And he's overreactive and he gets fooled by things like play action too often. He just, his play recognition, his play IQ at this point as a linebacker is not the best. But I have a lot of faith that he's going to get there because his overall game IQ I thought was very high from listening to him, and is something that he's going to continue to learn and get better at and learn the position. And so I thought that he killed it during his media session at the Combine, and I said that he was very well spoken. I was left thinking that he'll certainly be in the NFL for a long time, and that he'll be a coach after his career in the NFL. And that was what made me to fall in love with him, was his media session at the Combine. He's talking right now. I missed it.
Unless you're taking it to a draft pick that's going to a Super Bowl champion, what was it like to receive that phone call from a general manager that constructs a championship roster?
Man, it was just a real feeling, just getting that call and just being
He keeps taking the mic from the reporter.
maximizing my opportunities when I was younger, and just leading to this point. So I'm just extremely grateful and I'm honored.
And you have a future in television when you're done playing. Congratulations.
You're damn right.
So I wrote that he'd be a coach, or a media personality, and I changed it to just a coach. And she just said, and he said, "You're damn right," about him having a future as in the media. And I deleted it, but I had the same note originally on him as Jalen Walker. Then I changed it a little bit because I just figured I just appreciated his knowledge. That I was like, nah, he'll just be a coach. Apparently, he has his eyes set on media.
Well, to me, you look at the tight end and Mason Taylor, who's out there.
All right.
Your eventual replacement for Kevin.
There's Jihad Campbell. Good job, Philly. Yet again, starting the draft off with an S+. What can we do, guys? We can't stop them. Kansas City gonna finish this off. Yeah, this is a pick that we made for them. The roll. Kinda. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, man. Honor. So there we go. Goes at the end of the first round. Figured he's a borderline end of the round or early day 2 option. I'm a little bit lower on him than a lot of people were in terms of that, but here we go. Goes right where I had him. I mean, I've mocked him to Kansas City several times. So, in fact, let's see here. How did that do my Wednesday morning mock? I went James Pierce there. All right. What are we doing here? That's an A. Kansas City, A. I do have. I'm gonna go A minus though. I am concerned about that knee. So there the grade is for Josh Simmons. I will 1 second to roll. Actually, while I look this up, I don't know if you ever checked back on Discord, but I did respond to you. Where did Tet go again? I don't know that Tet's going to be like some fantastic fantasy option, but where did he go again? My mind's jumbled at this point. Carolina? I mean, I wouldn't go crazy for that. But aren't you like a big Carolina person? Didn't you go crazy for them last season? Josh Simmons, offensive line. The draft is over. I will wrap this up shortly. Josh Simmons, tackle, 6'5", 317 pounds. He was my overall 37th ranked prospect overall. I did move him up a little bit in recent days, not much, just a little bit, just to account for the fact that like I didn't know, his medicals. I was holding I was holding his medicals against him pretty harshly with exactly how low I was on him, so I moved him up a little ways. Like I said, 6'5", 317 pounds, very good to great pass blocker, good to very good run blocker, very good in the gap scheme, so that'll work nicely in Kansas City. They do everything with their offensive linemen, it doesn't matter. He's explosive out of his low stance and has really good flexibility, and that's where this knee injury of his really concerns me. Specifically that, about his low stance there and flexibility. Fast hands and quick feet. Weakness, strength. How will he recover from his knee injury? Not too long ago, patella tendon injuries often ended offensive linemen's careers without much of a doubt. The science has gotten better there, but it's still something that can derail careers up to this date. The competition level that he played at, he was doing well before his injury, but he never faced off against the typical tough competition that a guy from Ohio State does. And you got to remember, some of these comments are coming from a time period where he was being touted as like a top 10 prospect. He was highly penalized, and he's a bit of a home run hitter as a blocker. The good looks fantastic, but the bad does too. And his non-contact torn patella injury late in October 2024, recovery, etc. Once again, an issue with me because that's a knee injury where like one of his biggest strengths to me was his ability to create leverage and get so low in his stance and then to explode out of that as well. So, concerns. I mean, I got Ollie Gordon as my 182nd ranked prospect, and that is only because of, size and speed. He's got good size, he's got good speed, he's got good athletics. Wait. I think that's a lie. He's got good size. Isn't his athletics bad? He's got good size. Yeah. Not majorly concerned about his athletics. Especially for a guy his size. But his athletics are a little bit of a concern. I have a late 5th, early 6th round draft grade on him. Not last year. Maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, he'll go some point on day 3. I mean, he's going to get drafted. You don't not take a chance on him. But especially in this deep draft class, I'll be shocked if he goes day 2. Tomorrow. I just wasn't very impressed by his tape when I watched him. I watched his 2024 tape. I know his 2023 was much better. So some surprises here. Not the biggest surprise in the world, but I was under the understanding that it was mixed results from Mike Green and that plenty of teams weren't concerned, or at least weren't highly concerned with his off-field concerns, but obviously they were. And so, rightfully so, if that is an issue, given the seriousness of those allegations, if you can't disprove them, then you got to be concerned about that. So twice, you know. Jonathan Azaraku falling out of the first round. A lot of people thought he was a lock to go. A lot of people had him going top 15 even. I was never just that high on him. Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris were two guys who I just, you know, am high on. Savon Ravel was a guy who some thought might sneak into the end of this round. He doesn't. Same with Trey Amos. He doesn't. Benjamin Morrison, I'm a little bit high on. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Andrew Makuba, somebody I'm high on. And Malachi Starks, 8, though he was drafted. Shedeur Sanders does not go in the first round. That's, as of today, really wasn't too surprising. For me, I haven't been drafting him in the first round or in every first round for like a couple weeks-ish now. Maybe a week. So time's odd at this time of the year. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Princely Manmion, somebody I'm higher on. But Will Johnson, another surprise that he doesn't go. For some people, they might be surprised Luther Burden didn't go. Jackson Dart, by the way, was my 42nd ranked prospect. Get him off that list there. Trayvon Henderson, some people thought he might end up going today. He doesn't. Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton. Not surprises for me that they don't go, but we're guys who, you know, also had the potential to go, possibly at the end of the first round. They don't. The Roll, thank you for stopping in. We start one of my leagues, No Limit, as soon as the NFL draft starts. I got Tet at the 105 as well. I don't understand why. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that works. I don't know why the draft would be going while this draft is still going, but hey. Everybody has their own funds. To me, I want to make, like some people do drafts before the draft starts and everything, or before it's finished. Like, I just don't get that. I got to know what team they're going to, what system they're playing, who's going to be throwing them the ball, all those kinds of things. How many rushes do I expect them to get? Where did they go? What round? How likely is it they make it onto the field or not early on in their career? But like I said, everybody different on that one. All right, guys. Thank you very much for coming in. I'll be here tomorrow. When does the draft start tomorrow? Tomorrow night, the draft starts at what time? 6 p.m. So Eastern Standard Time. So I'll be here 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Come join me. We'll end the stream here whenever I get to. I can end it here. Bye-bye.